I apologize. Good evening. The Warwick Finance Committee will be starting in about a minute. Thank you.
No, wasn't he the last one? I don't think he was at the last one. I'll be here. Why the fly cameras back on? That's his issue.
You ready? Thank you. The time is 5:04 p.m. The Warwick Finance Committee is in session, but to begin the meeting, I would like to go to Council President McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make a few announcements to let everybody know what the agenda is this evening and the process that it's going to take place. Right now, we are in the Finance Committee meeting, so there's a finance docket which will be taking up. Committees come first. The public hearing, we have 4 public hearings this evening, so the public hearings will not be heard until the start of the full City Council meeting, and that is not until 7 p.m. this evening. So we just want to make sure everybody is aware that the 4 different public hearings will start at 7 p.m. This evening. At this time, we are in committees. This will just be the Finance Committee meeting. None of the public hearings will be heard until at least 7 p.m. this evening. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. President. And with that said, I wanted to also announce that looking at the amount of the items that are on the Finance Committee bid package, as well as the schedule we have today in moving Warwick forward and the numerous public comments we have, I want to compliment the members of this committee and the department heads for taking the time during the last 10 days, including weekends, to answer any questions that members of this committee had so that we could have a clear understanding concerning the bid package. With that said, may I have a motion for the meeting held on November 2nd?
Motion to accept the minutes? Is that what you
Yep, that's what I was asking for.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, thank you. PCR 137-22, bid number 1 is bid 2023-208, specialist in real estate to prepare and conduct tax sales. This is found on page 1. When you come to the microphone, please introduce yourself and your department. Thank you.
My name is Kyla Jones. I'm the tax collector for the city of Warwick.
Thank you, Kyla.
I'm recommending that the specialist in real estate to prepare and conduct tax sale, bid number 2023-208, be awarded to Rhode Island Tax Title. This would be a 3-year contract, and it would hit 3 separate accounts, and that would be for tax, water, and sewer authority, and it's 22-232, 84, 232, and 80, 232 for $125,000 each year for each account for the course of 3 years. This is actually a revenue neutral line item, so the city wouldn't be accruing any cost with the process of a tax sale. Rhode Island Tax Titles has been a vendor of the city of Warwick in prior years with great success. They've made themselves available for legal questions or issues that the city has in regards to tax sales, both past and present. They provide legal services for more than 15 cities and towns and fire districts. And the attorney and his supervisor, his operations supervisors, have been doing real estate closings, titles, specializing in tax sales, underwriting, title exams, and other real estate transactions for 20 years apiece. Tax sales are extremely important to keep up with collection activity, not only for the city budget, but also for helping residents from reaching financial hardship. We have abilities to help them in the future. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Phil?
I'm getting a red light.
It's still working. It's just red. But it's red. I apologize. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee on bid 2023-208? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you. Thanks for your introduction there. Just looking at the bids, I see it does look like Glenn Carlson Esquire had bid, looks to be a little bit maybe lower. What was there a reason to exclude that bid?
There actually was. It's the sheer volume of people that enter into tax sale for the city of Warwick. He has done mostly fire districts and small towns where they start at like 200 properties and their tax sale day is actually down to 6. Not much of a quantity. We start out with almost 3,000 parcels. And by the time the day of the sale, 90 days later, we're about 100 to 120. The title work itself is overwhelming. I feel like they bid that short with no mailing prices or anything.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I just wanted you to get that part on the record. So thank you very much. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you.
Thank you.
The second item is bid 2023-264, the purchase of a 2021 Dennis Eagle loader. This is found on page 6. Good evening. Please identify yourself and title, department into the microphone.
Good evening, Christy Moretti, Business Manager, Public Works.
Thank you.
Public Works is requesting to purchase a 2021 Dennis Eagle rear loader in the amount of $293,756. A portion of this comes from insurance proceeds. One of our rear loaders was involved in a motor vehicle accident and it was totaled. So the insurance proceeds are $142,854.38, and the balance of $150,901.62 will come from the ARPA funds.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
I think it says it in here, but this vehicle is ready for pickup.
It is ready for pickup, yes.
Any outfitting or customization
No,
that needs
it's
to be done?
completely ready to be registered and get on the road.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments from members of the council? Comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Thank you. Thank you, Christy. The next bid is bid 2023-256, replace or rebuild boilers in 3 city facilities. This is found on page 9. Hello again, Christy.
Hello. Public Works is requesting to have 3 city buildings either outfitted with new boilers. One of them will be rebuilt. Excuse me. That would be the Pilgrim Senior Center, the Public Works Department, and Thayer Arena for a total of $214,400. And that will be from the building bond fund proceeds.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions, comments from members of the committee? Questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattisour.
Thank you, Chairman. Hi, Christie.
Hi.
Christie, on your position, well, Eric's position paper, I guess, it says as well, the potential loss of hot water in one of these facilities will be detrimental. Which facility are you speaking to?
That would be Thayer Arena.
Thayer Arena. Okay. Who's been servicing this equipment?
Well, we've had the vendor, D. Larson. We've had a couple of different vendors over the years. We've had CAM HVAC. We've had Next Gen. So it's been different vendors that have come in.
Who's been servicing the equipment for the past year?
D. Larson,
D. Lawson has been
Yes.
servicing it?
yes.
Okay, it says here, during recent service, it was found that the heat exchangers in both water heaters at Thayer Arena.
Councilman, you're referencing on page 11 in the packet?
Yeah,
Thank you.
it says during recent service, it was found that the heat exchanger in both water heaters at Thayer Arena have failed. What is the date of that recent service?
I don't have that date with me. There's 2 boilers at the ice rink that feed hot water for the buildings. One of them was out of service. They were going to get parts to fix it, and the whole inside is, it's not repairable. It's corroded. It's all broken down. There is still one that's running, but they're twins, basically. So it's the same. It's going to be the same scenario with the second one. It's just a matter of time as to when it fails.
So was this service a week ago, 2 weeks ago?
No,
a month ago?
it was, we've been waiting for a quote. Obviously, supply and demand has been an issue. So, excuse me. It was probably a month and a half ago or so. And then we received the quote and then moved forward with presenting it to the council.
So you say that D. Lawson has been servicing this equipment for the past year. How is it that it was just recently noticed that the piping in the failed heat exchangers, plural, the piping is incorrect? How is that it just happened on this recent service?
So when they came into the building, I I requested the service because the boiler was on a lockout code. They came into the building and looked at the unit as a whole along with the piping, and we do have some issues with the water that is being circulated through. Just normal wear and tear, so to speak, but it's breaking down the inside. So the plan is to replace the boilers, to put a strainer on, so we don't have particles that are coming in and damaging the boilers. I mean, I'm not an HVAC expert by any means, but the whole structure of the piping system in there needs to be revisited and corrected.
Well, it seems odd to me that this company's been servicing this equipment for the past year, and we've had this piping, it's incorrect. The piping is incorrect. It seems odd to me that in servicing this over the past year, that no one discovered this. And if the piping is incorrect, how did it get to be incorrect in the first place?
I couldn't speak to that.
And has severe corrosion and needs to be replaced. The concern is that we have people servicing these things, and this isn't the first time this type of problem comes up. We have these companies servicing things, and then all of a sudden it's discovered that, in this case, the piping is incorrect. That's just bizarre to me that somebody's servicing something for so long and no one's discovered that you have incorrect piping. What's the warranty? Down on the bottom of the sheet, you have warranty. What is the warranty on what they're going to be doing?
The warranty is 1 year for labor, and the parts would be covered under the manufacturer's warranty for the units.
For how long?
A year?
So it's 1 year labor and materials?
Right.
Okay. Did anyone ask D. Lawson how they didn't pick up on this thing where the piping was incorrect? If this is incorrect piping, that says to me that things weren't working the way they should have been working. And my question is, did that contribute to the failure of these heat exchangers? Has anyone asked that question? Or
No.
no one has asked that question?
No.
Oh. What is the schedule that DPW maintains on these units? Are they serviced monthly, quarterly, semi-annually? What's the service schedules?
In the past, there hasn't been a service schedule, which is part of the problem.
So there's been no service done on this in the past?
Only if we've had an issue that needs to be corrected. There hasn't been any preventative maintenance, which is something that we're working on correcting. But that would be something that the department would have to schedule with the vendor. The vendor's not just going to come in and say, "Oh, I'm here to do your regular maintenance." We would request that service from them.
So this is something that you're going to be doing going forward?
Yes.
Having a preventive maintenance program put in?
Yes.
And what does that preventive maintenance program look like right now?
Well, right now, it's not in my office. That would stem from building maintenance, so I don't have the details, but it would be the general, filter change, cleaning the furnace or boiler or whatever the equipment is, making sure that it's functioning properly.
Mm-hmm. It also says here that in the Pilgrim Center, that the cause of the failure is from debris in the heating system water, causing a blockage in the heat exchanger.
Councilman, you're referencing on page 12 of the packet?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's correct. Again, that building would have a strainer installed, so the debris doesn't pass through. It obviously would have to be cleaned periodically, but yes.
It hasn't been.
No. And,
Okay.
and this building actually is priority before the other two.
So essentially, on these units that have failed and have blockages and et cetera, we haven't been doing any maintenance on them.
No.
Okay. That's all.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of the council? Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Hi, Chrissy.
Hello, Councilwoman.
I see, I know that, do I see the number of $116,450 for their arena, and you were talking about because there's two boilers. But then when I look over to the DPW boilers, that's like only $53,800, and up top it's quoted that installing two replacement boilers. Are they smaller? What's the difference?
They are. The ones at the ice rink are, they're actually not big in size, but they're big in BTUs. The ones at the rink supply the hot water for all the showers, for the Zamboni, cleaning, all that kind of thing. The ones at Public Works are essentially just for heat, so they're much smaller than what we would put in at the rink.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Well, I just want to do another go-around. Any other questions from members of the council? Thank you, Councilman Lattisaw.
Oh, yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask Eric Earls a question, if I could, please.
Say again, I'm sorry, I
I
couldn't
would
hear.
like to ask Eric Earls, Director Earls, a question.
Director? Please identify in the microphone your name, title, and department.
Eric Earls, Director of Public Works.
Thank you.
Hi, Eric. Eric, were you aware that these boilers had no maintenance programs, no maintenance service being scheduled or performed on them?
one of the things that we've been struggling with, and all municipalities struggle with, is preventive maintenance. It's true in our vehicles, it's true in our buildings. What we're running into now is an instance where things were fine last heating season, and then we went to turn them on this year, and things weren't so fine. So to answer your question, yeah, I mean, every municipality should have better preventive maintenance, and that's one of the things we're working on right now.
So that's certainly one of the goals that you plan to pursue heavily.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. One last go around council. Any questions or comments from members of the public? Questions or comments from members of the public? Thank you. Next is bid 2023-257, State of Rhode Island Premium Diesel Exhaust Fluid Lubricants, Oil, and Greases. This is found on page 14. Once again, Christy, please identify yourself.
Christy Moretti, Public Works.
Thank you.
Public Works is requesting to piggyback the state bid for diesel exhaust fluid lubricants, oils, and greases for the automotive division. We did advertise our own bid twice. Typically, we have our own bid. First time we got no responses. Second time we got one response. However, the majority of the items that pertain to Public Works had no bid. So we decided that it would be better for us to piggyback the state bid, particularly with the way things are now with fuel prices, oil prices. So we're asking for a cap of $120,000 with an expiration of November 30th, 2024.
Thank you, Christy. And this is just quickly, so basically whatever the prices fluctuate and the state gets for their mass and vast purchases, we'll get the exact same rate at the state level, whatever the state receives. And if we went out and bid on our own, the chances of it coming back with the same lower rate would be difficult because we wouldn't be buying in the quantity that the state has.
No, and like I said, I'm not getting any bids. I kind of wasn't surprised.
Yeah.
Just because of the volatility of the market.
Sure.
So that's why this was our best option.
I can understand that. I think the conversation was had, as it's had every time we meet, where even some home oil companies that lock in rates then say, well, we're not locking that in anymore because of the market being so
Right.
fluctuant. Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Any questions, comments from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Christy, you said that you had to go out twice for this bid. What was the date of the first time you went out for bid?
The first time I believe it opened in September, sometime in September. I was
They opened in September?
the first one, well, it was scheduled to open in September. There weren't any responses.
And you're drawing this money out of two codes. One is 65-212. The other is 65-221. Why are you drawing the 20,000 out of 65-221 when it's a diesel fuel item and what you're looking for here is lubricants, oils, and greases?
Because one of the items is diesel exhaust fluid, otherwise known as DEF, and that's what the majority of our diesel vehicles, it's an additive that mixes with the diesel fuel for better emissions. So that's why that is funded out of the diesel fuel.
Because one of the additives,
Is for fuel,
what would that be, the lubricant or the oil?
the DEF fluid, diesel exhaust fluid.
The exhaust fluid. Which one of them is the exhaust fluid? It says lubricants, oils, and greases.
In the title,
Yeah,
it says premium diesel exhaust fluid, lubricants, oils, and greases.
okay, I'm looking at the MPA 143, state bids for lubricants, oils, and greases.
They didn't-
Councilman, are you referencing page 16 in the packet?
No, I'm still on 15.
Thank you.
I'm running behind.
So for clarification, I understand you're referencing 15 for the budget codes, but you said, I'm sorry, could you repeat? You're saying at the subject, MPA number 143, state bid lubricants, oils, and greases.
So on page 17 of the bid package, and I know it's
Okay.
very small, but items 19, 20, and 21 are diesel exhaust fluid.
Okay.
It just depends on how it's delivered, whether it's a barrel, a 55-gallon barrel, 275-gallon tote, or just bulk delivery.
Okay. So we had a contract for this before, didn't we?
Yes.
Okay. This question would probably be for purchasing. And I think there may be a couple other spots in this bid package where we do not have the last contracts. We're supposed to have a copy of, or at least on the bid package, the old previous bid package pertaining to these items. There are some in here, there's some that are missing.
This is completely new. We're piggybacking a state bid. This has nothing to do with the city bid.
So it
We're
has
not
nothing to do
extending
with-
everything.
Okay.
We're not increasing anything. This is,
Okay, so this is the first time you go after the
Correct.
MPA on this? Okay, that explains that. And in this year's budget, in item 65-212, you have in this year's budget, at least according to the most recent copy of the Munis report that I received, which was a week or so ago, your budget was for 50,000. Now you're asking for 100,000. What is the reason for it being doubled?
it's a 2-year request.
So the budget that we have for this year, 50,000, was just for this year.
So it starts November. It will start upon approval, and it expires November 30th, 2024. So it covers 3 technically fiscal years.
Okay. So technically, this is going to start November 23 and go through November 24.
No, it starts November 22.
I'm sorry, 22.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have on this one, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Further questions from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public on bid 2023-257? Questions from members of the public? Thank you so much, Christie. Next is bid 2023-255, ballistic vests. Good evening, Major. Just please identify yourself, title, and department at the introduction.
Good evening. Major Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thank you.
The Police Department is requesting $78,000 in spending authority for ballistic vests. The current bid currently in place is scheduled to expire on January 30th, 2023. We anticipate having to purchase as many as 50 ballistic vests in the next bid year. The department is contractually obligated to purchase a new ballistic vest for each officer every 5 years. A cost analysis of the top 3 brands of ballistic vests is regularly conducted. Based on the most recent analysis, the average price was $1,016.87 for a level 2A. In the higher level of protection, a level 3A, the cost analysis average was $1,251.15. Any costs over that amount are incurred by the officer if they choose to enhance or upgrade their vest any further. If approved, funding for this purchase would continue to be made from the police operating budget code 330260.
Thank you, Major. And just for the record, so there's clarification, please state again the amount of this bid.
70,000.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you. Hi, Major.
Good evening.
Major, what is the difference between a level 2A and a level 3A vest?
It's essentially the stopping power of the vest against different ammunition. So 3A is a higher protection for the officer. Sometimes it's a bit bulkier, so they might opt to have the 2A instead. But most people do, thankfully, get the 3A.
And what was the price on these items the last time they were bid?
So that's the good news. The cost analysis showed that the 2A decreased by $104, the average, and the 3A decreased by $33.73.
This is also one of the bids that we don't have the previous bids for. And I don't know why they're not being included in our packet, because they're supposed to be. Does anybody have an answer?
I can give you the figures for the last bid year. So we originally were approved for 50,000 originally, and then due to we're short on that fund, so we came back for a 612 approximately a month ago, and that was for 45,000.
But I would also like to add my side on that, Councilman. As the chairman of this committee, and one of the determinations I made is that those items are not required to be in the packet anymore. If a member of the committee or council wishes to have something like that answered, they can call the department and get that. It reduces the time and also the amount of material that goes into the packet. And it's more of a specific question item instead of a current bid package item. So that was a decision that was made at this body.
So I wasn't aware of that decision. And my question to you is, was that done through a PCR or was that done through a PCO? Or was that just done through a handshake agreement? Because we were on the finance committee together when we did that. So you made a decision to undo that. Was it a resolution we did, or was it an ordinance?
It was not a resolution, nor an ordinance, nor a handshake. It was a determination that was done from this body, that was done from myself to the members of the committee and the departments in an effort to be mindful and respectful and streamline the process of getting the items to the council and getting the information that is required. So no, it was neither one of those.
No, I'm not talking about the decision you just made. I'm talking about the decision that the previous finance committee made, requesting those documents be included in the bid package in the first place.
No, I
That
understand,
was a
and I
decision
answered
made
that.
by
No,
the
neither
finance committee.
PCR nor PCO was done,
No PCR, no.
but I'll be happy to sponsor that this evening.
So right now, the main focus is expediency through the process here
And courtesy.
on the council floor. Courtesy?
Well, talking to the
I don't
department
think
heads
it's
when you have
being
a.
discourteous
Excuse me.
to ask for backup
Excuse me,
information.
you said right now the main process is expediency, and I said, yes, I agree with that expediency, but also courtesy in the sense of there'll be open communication with the department heads. If any member of this committee, which his job is to dig deep into this finance packet, to call them and speak to them and seek the answers. As questions come up, it's understandable. But something such as that, if something came up and we felt the need to include previous bids, we would do it. But in the meantime, it's just not something that we felt was needed at this time.
Okay. So we can choose to disagree on that.
Yes, sir.
As I have said in the past, I will choose to ask my questions on the council floor because I want the people that I represent to hear the questions I ask. And more importantly, I want my people that I represent to hear the answers that I get from my questions. So feel free to do it however you please, but that's how I choose to do it.
And the beginning of the conversation, that was my answer to your question, was we as a committee, and if that's something that members of this committee, that's job of this committee to delve into this finance packet, if we make those requests, we would call and they would have the answers for us at the meeting.
That's fine.
Thank you.
You know, I'm here till midnight if need be, so it doesn't matter to me how long we're here. Another question I have, Major, is including new hires will require new vests during the next one-year contract. Are you referring to the one-year contract for this bid or the one-year contract for the fiscal year?
So it's a bid year, sir. So February 1st, 23 to January 30th of 2024.
Okay. The other thing I have here is this money's coming out of Police Operating Budget Code 30-260, miscellaneous police gear uniforms. Miscellaneous, I'm sorry, 30-260 in the Munis report says clothing. It doesn't say police gear and uniforms. And I'm bringing that up not to be critical of you, Major, but again, this is just things that are not consistent in the Munis report. So we're getting different descriptions of different budget codes from time to time, and that just makes no sense to me at all. What 30-260 is in Munis is clothing. And I don't see anything in the Munis report going to miscellaneous police gear and uniforms. So I don't know where that came from. It might be something that, you know, you want to take a look at on your end. And that's all I have on that, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Any questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments on bid 2023-255 from members of the public? Thank you. The next item is bid 2023-259, purchase of mobile digital radios and accessories. Major.
Again, Major Sullivan for the Police Department. The Police Department is requesting spending authority in the amount of $62,301.56 for the purchase of 12 digital capable dash mount radios at a per unit cost of $3,059.89 and 8 APX 4500 digital capable remote mounted units at a per unit cost of $3,197.86. If approved, the radios will be purchased from Motorola Solutions, doing business as Cybercom out of here, out of Warwick. Motorola Solutions and Cybercom are a sole source vendor of Motorola Solutions equipment, which our department uses. Motorola is the industry standard in public safety communications, and this purchase is in keeping with our efforts to maintain our overall communications infrastructure in good shape. If approved, funding would be allocated from Police Communications Parts Budget Code 30-271.
Thank you, Major. Are there any questions from members of this committee? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaur.
Thank you. Major, is this an installed price for these radios?
That is a good question, sir. I can't answer for you right now. We have another bid that is we have a radio tech that does a lot of these installs, so he to my knowledge, he does most of them, barring any extraordinary circumstances.
But we don't know if this price of $62,301 is installed.
I don't know for certain, but we have a radio tech that generally does all the radio installs, minor repairs that he's capable of.
And what's involved with the installation? Because, I mean, I think it's a fair assumption to say that there is, obviously, there's a cost associated to that. And if we don't know if that's an installed price, does that include wire, brackets, antennas, fasteners, et cetera? We definitely don't know if it includes labor. So we don't really know for certain what the price will be installed in the vehicles for these radios.
So this is just, again, this is just a purchase only. Our radio tech, again, does most of the installs barring any unusual circumstances. Repairs to any mounts and whatnot are a separate bid, which is a police emergency equipment bid. That controls like any repairs to the mounting equipment for the radios. Not necessarily the install, but any repairs to those items.
When this went out to bid for these radios, did the bid stipulate installation or did it not?
No, so again, it's a 56.6. It's just a straight purchase of the equipment.
So this is strictly for the equipment.
Yes, sir.
No installation was included when you were seeking these radios?
No, again, because we have the in-house capability.
Okay. Thank you, Major. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public on bid 2023-259? Thank you, Major. Next is bid 2023-227, Alpha Pipe Fittings and Valves. This is inclusive of this bid and the next bid. Good evening, name, title, and department, please.
Good evening, Terry DiPietro, Water Division Chief. The Water Division is requesting spending authority from Budget Code 84363 and Budget Code 84364 for the amount of $50,000. The Water Division received 2 submissions for pipe fitting and valves and are recommending the vendors John Holy and Sons and Ferguson Waterworks. In the best interest of the city, we ask that the current contract period be set for 180 days, that is as a time period of which the prices can be held. The current contract bid expires on January 25th, 2022. Items will be chosen based on the lowest qualified bidder and ordered on an as-needed basis.
Thank you. So as we're looking at this, when it comes time to purchase these items, we discussed before that there are some items that company didn't bid on.
Correct.
So that it automatically, those are the ones you'll automatically go to the default company, the secondary company.
That's correct.
And is it your intent as the director, if you have a part that both companies bid on, what is your process for getting that part?
We performed the due diligence and buy those items from the lowest responsible bidder.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
The lowest bidder, that's
Oh,
it.
I see. Thank you. And as of right now, the only 2 companies that put the bid in are Hoadley and Ferguson.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Typically, we get, in the past, we put this bid out. Historically, we get about 10 bidders. It's just not happening now.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Are there any questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Terry.
Good evening.
I don't have any questions. I just want to point out that, and thank you for coming to us on time, that this bid doesn't expire till January 25th, and appreciate you being here on time. Thank you.
Yeah, this is my staff.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that all, Councilman? Thank you. Thank you. Are there any comments from members of the council? Comments, questions from members of the public? Comments, questions from members of the public? Thank you. Bid 2023-277 Bravo, pipe fittings and valves. So they're together. So there's, well, because it's a separate bid, I think it's just safe. Are there any questions or comments from members of this council and committee? Are there questions and comments from members of the public on bid 2023-227 Bravo? Thank you. Before I get on to the calling out for the individual items for discussion that are below the standard of 50,000, I would like to take a moment and recognize, I'm gonna Ms. Pachka, who has always she's always been a strong presence here. She's what I consider a strong presence with a quality silence. She speaks up when the hard questions come up, and she's been our purchasing director for quite some time. And I want to, seeing her here with our new purchasing director, I just wanted to say thank you. In the time that I've been on this committee as a member and as a chairman, you have definitely gave us a lot of good answers. You've educated us, and you've done it with a calmness that, you know, is hard to match. Lord knows we haven't done it. So I just wanted to identify you and thank you. Thank you. It's appropriate it's done in the Finance Committee. It's only appropriate. But I would like, if with the permission from the president, I would like to also, if there's anyone else, Mr. President, I'm just going to pause our bid section here. If there's any, and I'm looking at Councilman Lattiser, especially as a chairman who I worked with when you were chairman of the Finance Committee. I know that we worked quite a bit with Ms. Pechka, and I just wanted to give you an opportunity.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate that. I can't see you, Pat. The podium's in the way. It's true. I've been here now on my 10th year now, and we've worked together on a lot of things. We've had lots of questions, and we've had some hard discussions. And you've always been very straight up with that. You've always been honest with it. And even at times when perhaps you didn't have the answers right at hand, you simply stated that. And you always get back to me very quickly with any of those answers. And I think you've done a good job for the city, for your colleagues that you've worked with. And I do appreciate everything that you've done to help us along in the years that I've been here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman Travis.
Yes, Pat and I go way back. And we have known Pat a long time. We put a lot of years together. But just her smile and her attitude was enough to make you feel comfortable. Even if you were dealing with a bad situation, she would make you feel comfortable. By the time we got done talking about it, we felt better. But I know I personally am going to miss you, and I only wish you the best of luck.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
And I can't say that I will miss this. I will miss you all, but I won't miss this. But thank you. It's been a pleasure working with all you, and I'm honored to have gotten to know all of you. Thank you very much.
Same here. Thank you. I do appreciate that this was done during the Finance Committee. Honestly, I found it was very appropriate, and I want to thank my colleagues. I know I put you on the spot there, Councilman Lattiser, but thank you, and Councilwoman Travis, thank you. And to Council President, thank you for giving us that time in this committee. Now is the time where we have come to where we will call out if there's any items. I will call on the committee, the council, and members of the public. If there are any items on the bid package that you wish to pull and discuss, this is the time. I will start with the committee, then I will work my way to the council and then to the public. I would like to start with bid per request of the sponsor, bid 2023-260. That is found on page 40. It is State of Rhode Island Premium Diesel, Exhaust Fluid, Lubricants, Oil, and Grease. Is there any item from the committee that members of the committee would like to pull from the docket? Or the bid package? Thank you. Is there any items from the bid package that members of the council would like to pull to speak of or speak to? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. I would like to pull 2023-238, found on page 50. That's item number 10. Item number 11, 2022-279, found on page 55. Item 13, 2023-214, found on page 71. 2023-218, item 15, found on page 81. And bear with me, I'll go through the rest of this. Another one will be item number 25, 2023-262, found on page 131.
Found on page 131, Councilman?
Yes, sir, sorry.
Thank you. No, that's fine. 2023-262. Got it. Thank you.
And item number 23, 2023-226A, found on page 121.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any other items members of the council would like to pull for discussion from the bid package? At this time, members of the public, are there any items from the bid package that you would like to have put aside for discussion? Are there any items from the bid package that members of the public would like to put aside for discussion? Thank you. We'll go in order. So starting with the first to the last item, we'll start with bid 2023-260, found on page 40, State of Rhode Island Premium Diesel Exhaust Fluid Lubricants, Oil and Greases. My understanding is you would like to pull this for a PCR?
Yes, sir. We'd like to amend the length of the term.
Thank you. Give us one moment. We'll do the logistics first. 138. PCR 138-22. Major, please.
As written, the contract is to piggyback the State of Rhode Island's MPA with Denison Lubricants for a one-year term. We'd like to extend that through the life of the MPA, which mirrors the DPW's procedure, which would be 11/30 of 24, and also increase the spending authority, essentially double it since it's a 2-year, from 7,500 to 15,000.
Thank you, Major. So upon your request, nothing changes within the bid itself except extending it to take full advantage of the state MPA to 2 years with an expiration date of November 30th, 2024, and therefore the 2 years takes the amount from 7,500 to 15,000 authorization to spend.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Are there any discussion or comments from members of this committee? Discussion or comments from members of the council? Discussion or comments from members of the public? Thank you. May I have a motion on the amendment? I'll make the amendment. A motion for favorable action or a motion to amend. I'm saying it correctly. All right. Bid 2023-260, State of Rhode Island Premium Diesel Exhaust Fluid Lubricants, Oil and Greases, from $7,500 to $15,000, and extend the award contract another year to 2 years total with the expiration date of November 30th, 2024. PCR 138-22. Okay. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye. May I have a motion as amended on PCR 138-22?
I move favorable action.
Second?
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Give me a moment. I'll just transfer my notes. Thank you. Next up, per request of Councilman Lattiser, is bid 2023-238, Service Investigations. This is found on page 50. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Major, in your position paper that we have in our binder, page 51, you're asking to have this contract with spending authority up to $5,000 for a period of 1 year, beginning on February 1st, 2023 through January 31st, 2024. And the reason for that is the renewal costs have gone up to $335 a month. That number of $335, that number will be locked in for that entire contract period?
Yes, sir. They actually told us we squeaked by last year's bid because everybody else had already encumbered the increased price, but our bid was early for the contract year, so we kind of dodged a year.
Yes, as of November 7th anyways, in the munis report, you still have $9,079 in that account, including an encumbrance of $1,588. But I don't know why you're asking for $5,000, because if we do the math on this, $335 a month for 12 months is $4,020. So why are you asking for $5,000?
So the difference is to cover incidentals, which are over and above what's included in the $335 monthly. So it's certain searches that are like an expanded search that might be a little bit more. They're not the usual searches. They're not the run-of-the-mill ones we do often, but it's for the special ones that might be a little more.
So anything of a special service or search, that is something that you would incur an additional cost for?
Yes, sir. There is a per use add-on fee. So that's just to cover any of the differences for the year. That the difference in the actual monthly rate that you're referencing in the overall bid.
Okay, good with that. Thank you, Major. I'm good with that one, Chairman.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public on bid 2023-238? Thank you. Next is bid 2022-279, emergency equipment repair for police vehicles. This is found on page 55. Major Sullivan.
Good evening.
I apologize, Councilman Lattiser. I'm sorry, Major.
That's all right. That's all right. In this item, on page 56, like second, third paragraph down, you have to include MDT stand, docking station, keyboard, and printer system, prisoner containment system, and the shotgun rifle rack system. What is a shotgun rifle rack system? Is that where you store those particular pieces of firearms?
That's correct. Some are in the passenger compartment, and there are also some in the other parts of the vehicles.
What type of repairs would be required for them?
They have a release mechanism. So if the car is off and say unlocked and the officer is standing a couple feet away from it and somebody managed to get in, they would not be able to get that device out of the holder because it's locked in. There's a way we override it, which I don't want to discuss here, but there's a...
No, sure, I
yes.
understand.
Yep.
So these repairs, these are not necessarily repairs that you have in the hopper right now. These are for repairs that potentially could occur over the next year.
That's correct. A good example, sir, would be the upfitting or downfitting of cars. So if a car is a line car that's fully equipped with all these articles, and then it's being repurposed to, say, the detective division, they may take a lot of this stuff out of it because it's no longer necessary for detective use at that point.
Sure. None of this 5,000 would this increase of 5,000, none of this would be used on for lighting or flashers or anything of that nature on any of the new vehicles, right?
No, there should be no reason for any of the new vehicles. New vehicles, again, are by and large, they come fully equipped with the lighting.
Okay.
It'd just be for repairs of older vehicles that maybe had a malfunction of a lighting piece of lighting equipment that's not a warranty item.
Okay, I'm all set on that, Chairman. Thank you, Major.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Thank you. The next item requested by Councilman Lattiser is bid 2023-214, fire hose service testing. This is found on page 71. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
Since you're Councilman, I'm just going to interrupt. Chief, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself, department and title.
Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department.
Thank you. So, Chief, with the top rung inspection and testing, I'm assuming that the department's not going to have to be involved with anything in Note 2 from Fire Cat, which talks about exception to specifications, hose removal, all rack fire attack and supply hoses, et cetera, et cetera. You guys don't have to do any of that stuff, right?
No.
Okay. And when you quickly look at the differences in the numbers from the travel, additional fees, mobilization, travel, and demobilization, in Waterway, they have a $375 number, flat fee, which if you look at it on the face versus 510 from top rung, one would assume, you know, there's a fairly good difference there. But first, I just want to clarify something in my own head. Mobilization, travel, demobilization, that would be for the vendor traveling to a particular fire department, taking out all their equipment and testing stuff and tools and whatever they do all their work, and then break it all down, put it back in their vehicles and boogie on home.
Correct.
Okay. So I just want to point out for everyone that may not have seen these sheets, particularly members of the public, even with that difference from 510 to 375, top run is still a better deal because the difference in price for the testing is about $2,080. So in spite of that, it's still a good deal.
Correct. That's why you have to kind of break it down by the linear feet. A lot of them build it into that price per linear foot. They build all that mobilization, demobilization into it. And even a couple cents per linear foot makes a huge difference in price.
52,000 feet is a lot of hose.
It's a lot of hose.
Is that all the hose in the entire department, or just hoses that need testing now?
That's all the hose in the entire fire department was all replaced in the last year or two from a federal grant. So it's all brand new.
Good. Thank you. I'm all set with that one, Chairman. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Councilman. Before I ask, Chief, how much was the hoses that we received last year and then this year? What was the total, if you remember, total amount of grant money that your department wrote in just replacing that one very important.
Well, that grant was, I believe, the 2018 federal grant, and it included all the hose, all the nozzles, and all of the water appliances, and then a small amount of training for officers, and it was a $1.2 million grant.
$1.2 million, and that includes the one we just received as well?
The one we just received?
Yes.
Nope, that was another 900,000, and then
Right.
that was just,
Yeah.
that was.
So
the one
over
we
$2
just got
million
was for
worth of
radios.
grants on the equipment that we need.
Yep, the radios was the one that I came to you the last council meeting for. It was
Yes.
about 850,000, almost 900,000.
That's outstanding. Thank you. Any other questions, comments from members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Question, comments from members of the public? Thank you. The next item up for discussion is requested by Councilman Lattiser. It's bid 2023-218, structural firefighting helmets. This is found on page 81. Chief, quickly, before us, Councilman Lattiser begins, just identify again, please.
Jason Umbenhauer, Assistant Chief of the Fire Department.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Chief, could you repeat that, please? No, I'm only kidding.
Thanks.
Chief, on page 84 in our binder here on the position paper, you state that replacement of protective gear that does not meet inspection/testing standards. Who does that testing and inspection?
We have members of the department that are trained, and specifically our Division of Training. They are also responsible for health and safety. Every year, they do a thorough inspection of everybody's gear in the department. They come in, they go through all their gear, following the NFPA standard, and make sure that it qualifies as the testing standard. And if they find a helmet that has a crack in it or a damage or heat damage to it, they have to take it out of service and replace it.
So in order to do that inspection, is it fair to assume that they have an itemized checklist that they have to go through to check this, check that, check this, check that?
I believe they do. I believe they follow the NFPA standard, and I believe that standard has a checklist of things that they're supposed to visually inspect. Yes.
Okay. It also says further on that has met the maximum service life of 10 years. So is there a date stamped in these helmets when you receive them?
Yep, they're required to have all turnout gear for the fire service is required to have a manufactured date on them, yes.
Perfect. The last thing I would just bring, well, not to your attention, you're already aware of it, because apparently there was some confusion or something or other that took place when the bid first went out and it had to go back out for bid.
That's correct.
Is there a process for someone to review these bids before they go out?
We put the bid together. We submit that bid to the purchasing division. They go through the bid, make sure that it qualifies for all their requirements, and then the bid goes out to the public. Sometimes either an error on department's part that purchasing does not catch, or an error on a typographical error on purchasing's part. Sometimes it happens. It gets noticed during the period where the bid's open, and then we'll notify people that it's going to be rebid.
Okay. All right, thank you, Chief. Chairman, that answered my questions on that one. Thank you for those clarifications too on those inspections, Chief. That was something I was interested in. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions, comments from the members of the council? Questions, comments from members of the public? Questions, comments from members of the public? Next, requested by Councilman Lattiser is bid 2023-266 Alpha, which is inclusive of bid 2023-226 Bravo. It is large diameter clamp, saddle, and couplings. This is found on page 121, and Bravo 2023-226 Bravo is found on page 129. Please identify your name, title, and department, and then we'll go to Councilman Lattiser.
Terry DiPietro, Water Division Chief.
Thank you. Councilman.
Thank you. Terry, as I'm sure you know, this is late coming to us.
That's my, I apologize, Councilman. The EPA periodically sends out new rules, which we have to dive into right away. And the newest one is the lead and copper rule, which was a tremendous lot of work. Again, my apology that it's late.
So this went out for bid, right?
That's correct.
I don't understand what you were just referring to when you were talking about EPA.
The reason why this one was late is we were working on another project, and when we deal with the EPA, we have certain timelines, and so it was quite took a lot of time. That's why this was late. The EPA rule that we're working on has nothing to do with this bid.
Okay. When did those bids go out?
I don't have the date. I don't have that answer right now.
Do you have a guess?
I believe it was end of October.
Okay.
Middle of October.
Okay, I'm all set with that one, Chairman. Thank you, Terry.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public on bid 2023-226 Alpha? Thank you. The next item is bid 2023-262 Music Performance License. This is found on page 131. Good evening, Director. Please identify yourself before I turn over.
Beverly Wiley, I'm the Director of Parks and Recreation.
Thank you so much. Councilman Lattisaw.
Thank you, Chairman. So this one is really interesting. And what's interesting is what it says here and the fact that we're being asked to approve to pay an invoice that goes back almost a year and a half. Supposedly, this invoice dates back to July 1st, 2021. I believe that was even before your time, right?
No,
Director? It
no, I
wasn't?
was here.
Okay. This is not the first time that something as bizarre as this has occurred, where we get a bill, it's like a year or more down the road, and some vendor also all of a sudden decides that, well, guess what? You're past due. And in here, it says that the invoice was mailed to the wrong address. But yet, when we look at the invoice that we received from Music Performance License, we have an invoice that says it was sent to the City of Warwick, Thayer Arena offices, 925 Sandy Lane, Warwick, Rhode Island. It also says that the last payment received from the city was on January 28th, 2021. So this vendor got a payment from the city, and obviously it was received by us at 925 Sandy Lane, and we paid the bill. Now this vendor is alleging that they sent us a bill and we didn't pay it. Now, to the credit of the department and whoever else is involved with this, the city has refused to pay the late fee of $170.84. But the vendor refuses the request of the city to submit an itemized invoice for some 2,000 some odd dollars. And I find that unacceptable, that this vendor is refusing to provide the city with an itemized list or invoice detail for something that is almost a year and a half old, and is just expecting us to roll over, rubber stamp, and pay the bill without giving us any accountability. For me, I think that is totally unacceptable. Now, has anything changed, Director? Have they provided you with, or anyone, with an itemized list documenting what they charged or what they did to tell us that we owe them $2,454.50 from a year and a half ago?
They bill us three times a year. They bill from the invoices. What happened was I asked them to send us, if they could send us separate invoices. What they did is they sent us an invoice, a total with all three on there. The first invoice was for $785.50, and then the next invoice was $834.50, and then the next one was $834.50. And what happened was, in 2021, when they were being paid, we had a recreation clerk that took care of all of the billing. And at that point, some of Parks and Recreation and some of Public Works were combined, so some of the bills went to the wrong place. I did not see this bill until late July this year. Our address is 885 Sandy Lane. The Department Parks and Recreation office is 885 Sandy Lane. This was sent to
925
Sandy Lane. And I'm not, I don't know what happened. We've had this issue in the past where sometimes the mail gets sent to the wrong place. When we got a call from them in late July, and then I said, well, I haven't received a bill. Well, we've been sending them, and then they sent this. And so I tried to work with them and ask them if they could at least send us separate invoices, and they wouldn't separate the invoices. They said, well, you can pay each invoice separately. I said, I need to have each invoice separate so that I can submit it for a PO. And, we went back and forth and back and forth. I talked to several different people at the company, and then finally talked to someone who they agreed that if we would pay it in full, they would waive the late fees.
But yet they refuse to provide you with an itemized list of invoices that, as the person who's paying the bills, you're more than entitled to, especially after this is a year and 4 months or 5 months down the road, and they just decide that, oh, wait a minute, you know what? All of a sudden, the city of Warwick didn't pay us. It doesn't take a CPA to know that when you send out a bill, it shouldn't take a year and 4 months to pay it. This is like really bizarre to me. And then to make it matters worse, they refuse to provide you with what you're asking for, which I think is very, very reasonable. By the way, I think it's very responsible on your end to be requesting that, if not demanding that. And for them to refuse to provide it, tell you what, I'm not voting for this. I think that is outrageous. Chairman, I would like to have a PCR number on this, please. There's no way I'm going to put a stamp on this thing when they're refusing the director's request for something that is very reasonable to do. So my suggestion would be to slap a PCR on this thing and hold it until such time as they honor the director's request. We need accountability from these vendors. They can't just be sending us bills whenever they want, for whatever they want, and take a year and 4 months later and say, oh, by the way, you haven't paid the bill.
The invoices are listed individually on this bill. I do have the invoice numbers for the three bills that they sent. They just wouldn't send me individual invoices for each one so that I could pay the $856, because I could have done that. But because it totaled over $1,000, the total bill, that's why I had to come before you.
Well, I think that you are very correct in asking for that itemization. If one of my vendors send me a bill 16 months later or 17 months later and expect me to pay it without having a breakdown of what it is, good luck to them. They won't get paid.
You're requesting the PCR, correct?
Please.
Thank you. So bid 2023-262 music performance licenses, per request of Councilman Lattiser, is now PCR 139-22.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any further discussion from now that it's a PCR, members of this committee?
And thank you, Director, for your due diligence on that, too.
Thank you, Director. Councilman Riggs.
Just to get a general sense and clarify a little bit, it looks like the three invoices here, they each, according to the documentation I'm seeing on page 134, they're each covering a 6-month period. What exactly were the services or licensing that we were paying for?
We have to pay for all of our concerts. Then when we do the outdoor concerts, we're required to have music license, so that these musicians can sing, play the songs of the popular songs from movies, TVs. It's a requirement. And there's 3 different licenses that we get. This is one of 3.
That makes sense. So it's just kind of some sort of arrangement through this company where it's basically a flat fee and it covers us as to, however many cover songs are being performed that fall into whichever category.
Yes.
Yeah, that all makes sense to me. Under the circumstances and given your explanation, given the history on all of this too, I can understand how this could have slipped through the cracks for a bit, especially dealing with a company that is sounded like they were less than fully cooperative. So thank you again for your diligence, and I think that I will be voting to approve this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And just so that everyone's caught up, the bid was 2023-262. What the director stated, and feel free to correct me, Director, if I'm wrong, is that there were 3 different invoices. What the company did was send the 3 invoices of all 3 amounts. All 3 amounts were under $1,000, which therefore would not require council approval.
Yes.
But because they sent the 3 different dated items in one invoice, it exceeded the $1,000 limit. Therefore, you now must come to the council and seek approval. And from that discussion, Councilman Lattiser requested a PCR, and that's where we are now. Are there any further? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. So, Director, with all this conversation going back and forth, did you or did you not get the breakdown of the invoices that you requested?
I didn't get them separately. I got them all together. I did not get them separately.
So what would be the difference between?
Because if I were to try to pay one of these, it's all on one sheet of paper. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it because it's all on one sheet of paper.
Okay.
If I could have, if I asked them if they could send them to me separately, then I could have issued a PO and paid them. But because of the process that we have here, I have a bill for over $1,000, and so I had to come before you. So it's not that I didn't have them; it's just that I didn't. I don't have them separately. I have them all on one sheet of paper.
But you got the documentation you needed. It just wasn't in the format that you had requested.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, I understand. I can withdraw that PCR 139. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Just fine to say with, I'm sorry? Okay. Are there any further comments from members of the council concerning bid 2023-262? And before I call for the public, please understand this is back to a bid. PCR request was withdrawn by Councilman Lattiser. Are there any further questions from members of the public for bid 2023-262? Thank you. May I have a motion for the consent calendar? Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. May I have a motion for acceptance of the minutes in November 2nd?
I move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. PCR 115-22, formerly bid 2023-138, Clegg Field Site Improvements and Playground. Please identify name, title, and department. Thank you.
Bill Facenti, Manager, Office of Housing and Community Development. I'm here today to ask for approval of bid 2023-138. I didn't catch the PCR, I'm sorry. For Clegg Field, the amount of $613,300. We went out to bid. There was a typo in the award memo. We went out to bid on August 16th of 2022. We had a mandatory pre-bid on August 30th, 2022, and a bid opening on September 13th of 2022. 5 individual companies representing 4 bidding firms attended the August 30th pre-bid. 3 of the 4 firms that attended submitted bids. Bids ranged in price from a low of $613,300 to a high of $807,000. We reviewed the bids at the October 3rd council meeting. I asked to hold this because we did not have sufficient funds to cover the cost. They were considerably higher than we thought. Mayor Picozzi and the finance department and some of the other departments worked together to free up some of the city's opera funds. And I'm here tonight to ask that we award the contract again to Lucina Brothers of Woonsocket as the lowest responsible bidder, $613,300. Of that, $600,000 is coming from opera funds, $13,300 is coming from CDBG. So there are no city funds in this project.
Thank you so much, Bill. I would like the council person associated with Clegg Field, if they'd like to speak first. All set? Thank you. I know that he's interested in this getting done. So any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public on Clegg Field? Thank you. Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Bill. The time is now 6:31. The Finance Committee is closed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for an update of where we are, we have just finished the Finance Committee. Up next is going to be the Ordinance Committee. At 7 p.m., we will pause committees and we will move into the full council meeting. At that time, we will have some special guests from the Warwick Neck Elementary School. And then we will immediately go into the 4 different public hearings. So we will start those after 7 o'clock. Right now, we're starting the Ordinance Committee, and then at 7 o'clock, we will pause. We will open the City Council meeting. We will have a presentation from the Warwick Neck Elementary School, and then we will immediately go into the public hearing portions of the council meeting. Thank you. Ordinance Committee can meet at this time.
Ordinance Committee will convene at 6:33 PM. First thing on the agenda is acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on October 17th, 2022.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Next is acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on November 2nd, 2022.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Next is PCO 10-21, an ordinance amending chapters 40 and 42 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Warwick to authorize the impoundment and destruction of unregistered off-road recreational vehicles that are used unlawfully on public roads. This would be second passage. Do any members of the committee have any questions or comments? Do any members of the council have any questions or comments? Do any members of the public have any questions or comments? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next is PCO 11-21 Sub A, an ordinance prohibiting the sale of gasoline products to unregistered off-road recreational vehicles and snowmobiles. This is second passage. Do any members of the committee have any questions or comments? Do any members of the council have any questions or comments? Councilman Gebhardt?
So when we talked about this one last time, I had expressed some concern about the owner operator of the gas station becoming the policing force for these off-road vehicles. I remain hesitant to support that particular part of it. So just wondering if the committee had any differing thoughts on how to move forward and how to proceed. Otherwise, as it stands, I don't think I would support this particular part of the enforcement strategy. I think the first part that you just move favorable action, I do support, but this one sort of seems to put the owner operator of the gas station into a somewhat uncomfortable position where they need to be the arbiter of what is a registered vehicle versus a not registered vehicle. We did talk about that they already have some of this responsibility in that they only can authorize filling up, an approved vessel with gasoline. You can't go with a 2-liter milk jug. But I think given the nature of the off-road vehicles and sort of how they operate, and that some could be registered and some not, it just makes for a challenging determination to be made, by the owner or one of their staff people. So I still, like I said, not fully in support of this one, but open to any clarification. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks?
I respect the concerns that Councilman Gebhardt has raised. I would aver that any alleged violation would be something that would first be prosecuted by the police, effectively the executive branch, and then as to any fine, that's something that would effectively be determined by the municipal court judge. So I think that there are some checks and balances here. There's a leeway where if there's a first offense, then the judge is under no obligation to give a minimum amount of a fine. Instead, the judge can take a look at the circumstances and hear out the owner, understand the circumstances. So I would say that if we, as the legislative branch in drafting this ordinance, were not giving any real enforcement power to the executive and the judicial, then we're really tying their hands, and we really can't expect for the ordinance to effectively be enforced. But if we give them some discretion here, and I think that this sub A gives the appropriate amount of discretion, it's something that I'm comfortable with. And I certainly respect that different people can come to different conclusions. My thinking is that this is something that a reasonable gas station owner, reasonable employees with a reasonable amount of training should be able to quickly identify whether a vehicle that's pulling on up to the station is something that has a license plate or not, something that, okay, that looks like a sedan, that's a coupe, that over there, that pulling up on the 2 wheels or 4 wheels, much smaller, no license plate. Gonna take a minute to check that one out before activating the pump. Thank you.
Any questions or comments from members of the council? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Seeing none, do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That concludes ordinance committee at 6:40 PM.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is public properties, and that committee can convene at this time. And again, for the people that are just arriving now, we will have the public hearings at the start of the council meeting at 7 PM. We're in committees right now. This committee is just going to recommend that we go to public hearings after 7 PM.
The City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs comes to order at 6:41 PM. First up, acceptance of the minutes dated October 17, 2022. Do we have a motion?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay, first item on the agenda is the opening and announcement of bids opening and announcement of bids received for RFP 2023-215, sale of a former school administration property at 34 Warwick Lake Ave and former Holden Elementary School at 61 Hoxie Ave. No votes will be taken. Let's see. We're here with our new, forgive me, I want to get the title right. Our new purchasing director. Thank you. And let's see, we have the bids for each one. So let's begin with, are these both part of the same bid, RFP 2023-215? Yes. All right, we'll proceed with the public opening of the bids. And how many bids are there total?
There are 3 bids.
I don't know, lights are on.
All right, there are 3 bids. Here we go. If you could hand me the...
Yeah, we need to hear it.
Good evening. My name is Frances Gomez, Purchasing Director for the City of Warwick, replacing former PA Patricia Peshka. We're here for the opening of the following bid. Bid number 2023-215, sale of former school administration property at 34 Warwick Lake Ave and former Holden Elementary School at 61 Hoxie Ave. There are 3 bids. First vendor, Link Commercial Properties LLC. Pricing for 34 Warwick Lake Avenue, $300,000. Pricing for 61 Hoxie Avenue, $1,400,000. And the deposit was submitted.
Confirmed. The first bid is from Link Commercial Properties LLC in those amounts of $300,000 for 34 Warwick Lake Ave and $1,400,000 for 61 Hoxie Ave.
Vendor name, Rhode Island Custom Builders. Pricing for 34 Warwick Lake Ave, $289,000. Pricing for 61 Hoxie Ave, $1,112,222, and the deposit was received.
Confirmed. This is the bid of Rhode Island Custom Builders, LLC. And the bids were in those amounts of $289,000 as to 34 Warwick Lake Ave and $1,112,222 as to 61 Hoxie Ave. Thank you.
Vendor 420 Corp. Pricing for 34 Warwick Lake Avenue, $320,000. Pricing for 61 Hoxie Ave, $824,000. Deposit has been received.
Confirmed. Bidder 420 Corp. That is the words, the numbers is spelled out, not as the numbers, but as the words. Bid amounts of $320,000 for 34 Warwick Lake Ave and $824,000 as to 61 Hoxie Ave. Thank you. That is all three bids.
These bids were properly advertised, and the recommendation for their approval will be announced at the next council meeting on December 5th. Once a bid is approved, we will immediately submit refunds for non-awarded vendors. Thank you.
Thank you. There were three envelopes, three bids in front of us relative to RFP 2023-215. This concludes the opening of those bids. And pursuant to our city council and committee procedures with the opening and announcement of bids, there is no vote, there is no discussion at this time. And as announced by our new director, there will be a recommendation as to these bids and bidders at a future time. Moving on to PCO 24-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, 203 Centerville Road LLC. I believe that may be a typo. It should be 203 Centerville Road LLC, and Centerville Associates, petitioners. Assessors Plat 246, lots 246, 247, 250, 251, 254, 257, 258, Caleb Street, and 171, 181, 203, and 221 Centerville Road. This is in Ward 8. Councilman Snappy. Pardon me. Yes, this is a request, public hearing. Okay, do we have a motion for at the time of the full city council meeting convening after 7 o'clock?
I make a motion for public hearing.
We have a motion for public hearing. Do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Third on the agenda, we have PCO 2522, order on the abandonment of a portion of Clark Street, Kevin Murphy, petitioner. I believe that this is also a public hearing. This is Ward 3. Councilman Howe, do we have a request for a public hearing? I hear a request. I hear a second. All in favor?
I move open the public hearing.
Oh,
I second it.
oh, very good. Okay, we have the request, we have the motion and the second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, fourth up, we have PCO 26-2022, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, Kevin Murphy and New England Institute of Technology petitioners, Assessors Plat 344, lots 101 and 493, and a portion of Clark Street, 68 Green Street, 2562 Post Road, and a portion of Clark Street. I think some of that is a little bit duplicative, but better to make sure it's in there. Councilman Howe, do we have a request?
Move public hearing.
All right, we have the,
Hold public hearing.
Second.
we have the request, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Fifth, we have PCO 4-22, an ordinance amending Appendix A zoning ordinance of the City of Warwick to define, establish, and classify districts, create administrative procedures for short-term rental, use of residential dwelling units, and provide supplementary regulations for the short-term rental dwelling units. City of Warwick petitioner. This is Councilman Lattiser as the first sponsor. Do we have a recommendation?
I thank you, Chairman. Move favorable action to open the public hearing.
All right.
Motion for public hearing.
Second.
We have a request, motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Sixth and last on the agenda, we have PCO 20-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the City of Warwick, Premier Land Development petitioner, Assessors Plat 322, lots 167, 168, 169, 182, and 183. The address 1795 Post Road. This one is Councilman Howe, and this one would be not for a public hearing, but for second passage. Do we have a request?
Move favorable action on second passage.
Do we have do we have any comments from members of the committee? Any comments from members of the council? Any comments, questions, or discussion from members of the public? This is for second passage. Hearing none, do we have a motion?
I make a motion
Favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That concludes the City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs. The various items that are coming up for public hearing will be held after the full City Council convenes after 7 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And just to repeat what the chairman said, that we will start the full city council meeting at 7 o'clock. We are going to have the salute to the flag, the national anthem. We're going to have a special presentation to the Warwick Neck Elementary PTA, and then we are going to move into these public hearings. We also have public comments this evening. There's a sign-up sheet on the podium. We're going to have the public hearings first, because I know the majority of the people here are here for one of those 4 public hearings. And then we will also have public comments that are available. If you'd like to sign up, you can speak on any topic affecting the city of Warwick in the public comment. That will be after the 4 public hearings, which will start after 7 o'clock. So we will see everybody in approximately 5 minutes. Good evening, everyone. I call the Warwick City Council meeting to order for the November 21st, 2022. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. McAllister?
Here.
Mr. Foley? Here. Mr. Gephardt? Here. Mr. Howe?
Here.
Mr. Lattiser?
Here.
Mr. McElroy?
Here.
Mr. Ricks?
Here.
Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you. At this time, Councilman Lattiser is going to introduce the group that's going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Our members of the PTA, please come forward. Right up to the podium, please.
Hello, don't be shy.
If you could just introduce yourselves, please.
Hi, I'm Sarah Kleiberg. I'm the current president of the Warwick Neck PTA.
I'm Bobby Jo Gemma. I am the vice president of the Warwick Neck PTA.
And thank you for joining us this evening. And if you could lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the balls bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
We are now under General Communications. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Bobby Jo, Sarah. So, Warwick Neck School has been in the headlines a lot over the years. And I'll take you back just a little bit. The lady that's taking pictures right now, who had my son in the 3rd grade, her very first class, was selected as Elementary Teacher of the Year not that long ago. Principal Galligan, right here, Frank, was recently designated as new Principal of the Year. The PTA was just recognized with a pretty amazing feat. It takes a lot of work, it takes a lot of dedication, a lot of time, and it takes time also away from their families to do the things that they do. And these accomplishments, when they're recognized to the degree that we have here in the city of Warwick, that's exemplary. That's incredible. And just a great, great job by both of you, as well as your colleagues, on the PTA, principal, and all the administration. We also have with us this evening Superintendent of Schools Linda Brosh. She's here with us, and also Assistant Superintendent Bill McCaffrey. And we have Luke. Luke is here with us this evening, too. I just met Luke. So tonight, we're here to honor the members of the PTA with a resolution of congratulations. This resolution is to the PTA and also one to Principal Galligan. It's signed by both Mayor Picozzi and all the members of the City Council. It says, resolve that whereas on August 1st, 2022, the Warwick Neck Elementary PTA was presented the National PTA School of Excellence Certificate of Achievement in their recognition of their commitment toward achieving national PTA standards for family school partnership through designation in the School of Excellence program. And whereas a community, the official banner was unveiled on October 27th, 2022, immediately before the trunk or treat family event in front of the Warwick Neck Elementary School. And whereas the Warwick Neck Elementary School is the first Warwick school, repeat, the first Warwick school to receive this designation in our city and the first school in Rhode Island in many years. And whereas the National PTA School of Excellence program is a year-long commitment to improving family school partnerships. And whereas throughout the year, PTAs and schools collect feedback from their school communities to create and implement plans of action to make a difference for every child. And whereas the Warwick Neck PTA is truly an outstanding association and volunteers have donated their time and interest to matter affecting the community, and now therefore it be resolved, the mayor and the Warwick City Council wish to congratulate the Warwick Neck PTA for this outstanding accomplishment and extend to them our deepest appreciation for all of your hard work and dedication, and wish you all the best in the endeavors ahead. And all the best to the Warwick Neck School, a great, great institution. Thank you all very much. Thank you. I'm going to ask Principal Galligan just to say a couple of words. Don't be like me. Give me the mic. It's not a short story ever.
So, as much as I appreciate the congratulations, it really, I have to give credit to our amazing PTA. I was appointed principal by Superintendent Danbrook about a year and a half ago, and before I could even get acclimated with the faculty, the PTA was already reaching out to me, hoping to set up meetings to plan events. So we really are fortunate to have a very dynamic, engaged, involved parent base at our school, and our PTA really is an amazing group of people. So I cannot thank them enough for everything they've done for me since I've arrived as principal, but most especially everything they do for our kids and our teachers each and every day. So thank you to Councilman Lattiser for this great recognition of a great group of people, and thank you to our PTA as well.
Thank you, Mr. President.
And congratulations. So we are still under general communications. I do have, and this is for announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events. I do have two small announcements. First off, happy Thanksgiving, everyone. It should be an exciting and great week. It's going to be cold out there. We're already starting to feel the cold. So if any individuals, residents of Warwick, are concerned about how they're going to pay for their heating costs, the city is working with West Bay Community Action. They have funds available to residents of Warwick. If you reach out to either the mayor's office, or you can reach out to West Bay Community Action directly, they have funds available that will help individuals with their heating costs this winter. So please, if you have concerns about the rising prices and you may not be able to afford it, please reach out as soon as possible, get the process started. We don't want to see anybody be cold this winter. And also, I also want to point out that there is this week, there's a Click It or Ticket program going on in the city of Warwick. So you're all being warned here tonight. The police officers will be out in force, especially this week, looking to remind people to wear their seatbelts. So please, during the holiday seasons and always drive safely and wear your seatbelts. And you've been formally warned. So Warwick Police will be out. Hopefully you can see them at a happier occasion. They're not pulling you over to remind you about your seatbelt. Are there any other announcements of congratulations, condolences, or community events from members of the council? Okay. Hearing none, we'll move to executive communications. There are none. At this point, I'd like to ask my colleagues on the council if we could adjust the agenda and go right into the public meetings. We have 4 public meetings this evening. I believe that is the majority of the people that are here this evening are here for one of those 4 public hearings. So is there any objections to moving to referred business number 1, which is the first public hearing? Any objections at this time from members of the council? Okay, hearing none. Okay, hearing none, we are going to move to the first public hearing, and that is PCO 24-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the city of Warwick, 203 Centerville Road. Committee report, land use.
Recommendation to open public hearing.
Councilman Sinapi. The Councilman Sinapi moves to open a public hearing, second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Howe, Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Gephardt. All those in favor to open the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any objections? Any abstentions? Okay, we are now moved into the public hearing. So just for everybody's information, how we do each of these public hearings is we will call up the petitioner or someone to represent the item before us. They will speak. Council members will then ask any questions or make any comments, and then we will move to the public. Each member of the public will have an opportunity to ask questions and on each of these projects. So we're doing one at a time. This one is the Centerville Road one. I will ask if there are members of the public who would like to speak in favor of this project. Then we will ask if there's anyone to speak out against the project, and then we will offer up if anyone would like to make any comments for the record. So when we get to the public comments part of the public hearing, I will again go over these things. We have the podium right there. The Sergeant of Arms is there to help you. And we ask each individual speaker, we have a stenographer here this evening, if you could come up clearly and slowly say your name, and so we can get that on the record, and then we'll be happy to hear of your comments. So first up is PCO 24-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the city of Warwick, 203 Centerville Road. Is there anyone here to speak on behalf of this project?
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. President, honorable members of the Warwick City Council. For the record, Attorney K. Joseph Shikachi, representing the applicant this evening. I have with me Mr. Sam Hemingway from Garofalo Engineering. I have Steve Cabral in Crossman Engineering and a traffic expert from his firm. I have the applicant and the owner here as well. The application before you this evening is for a zone change that would allow multi-use property on Centerville Road that would, I will show you the site plans, that would use the traffic light that currently exists on the corner of Diamond Hill Road and Centerville Road as the main entrance and exit to the parcel. Our traffic engineering studies have concluded that this would be more than an acceptable level of service. We believe it's a good project for the city. It's good commercial expansion of our tax base. The proposal is primarily for a car wash and I believe a coffee shop. And then there is some buildings to be constructed at a later point. It would have retail, subject to planning board approval, once we find tenants for them. So we have worked extensively with the planning department on design, which I'll show you in a moment. And we've also worked with traffic to take in best practices. So I'd call up Mr. Sam Hemingway from Garofalo. And Sam, put the board up if you could, and just kind of explain briefly the proposal and the uses. And then I'll call up the traffic engineer after that. At any point from you, Mr. President, or the council, will be happy to take questions. So please feel free to interrupt if needed. Sam.
Thank you. And if you could just introduce yourself for the record.
Good evening. For the record, my name is Sam Hemingway. I'm a project manager and engineer with the firm of Garofalo and Associates, doing business out of Providence.
Thank you. And you got to get right. You got to just grab that mic and get right into it. We have very tough acoustics in here.
Okay. The subject site is on Centerville Road, kind of midway between 95 and Apponaug, immediately opposite Diamond Hill Road in the city. This property has laid dormant for a number of years. Although it has been developed in the past with single-family homes, it is currently vacant and somewhat overgrown. The proposal is to develop the site as a mixed use, a number of individual development parcels immediately opposite the intersection of Diamond Hill Road, so that the subject property will be accessed through a single entrance at that location. It'll line up directly with that existing signal, will obviously be tied in and coordinated to function to serve the property. What's before you this evening is rezoning of that property. It's currently zoned as office, but also the development, specific development on the front portion of that property. So the lion's share of the property that fronts Centerville Road will be developed as a very specific proposal that's has been before the planning board, is before you tonight. The remaining portions of the property are shown notionally, so that we anticipate 2 additional development sites on the property located on this site, on this plan. Centerville Road is on your south. On the bottom of the page, Diamond Hill Road is at this location. The properties that are designed for development are the two primary sites that align with Centerville Road. So if I may, these properties here. The properties on the left-hand side or the west side of this site are notional, but we anticipate them to be general retail, consistent with the surrounding properties and the development that is proposed. So there are other folks here that are a little more versed on the specifics of that design. Have brought a section of the car wash, the section of the car wash site, which is the primary visible development on the property, as well as some notional elevations of the remaining buildings that represent an intent to basically to tie those properties together and give a unified development moving forward. So this is developed to a master plan level through the land development processing. So it's gone before the planning board as well as in front of staff. We have similarly developed cursory or initial alignments on the drainage and utilities. The site is served by public utilities, and the site will propose underground surface detention to mitigate runoff in accordance with state requirements. The final point to be made is it is obviously a major artery in the city, but it's a state highway, so we fully anticipate to get state permitting for that signal moving forward as we go through the process.
Before I call up Mr. Cabral from Crossman, or the traffic engineer, I just want to emphasize a point that Mr. Hemingway made, that this is the second public hearing. It was unanimously approved by the planning board, which you should have a copy of in your file. And then if we are successful tonight, there's a second public hearing before this honorable body. Then there would be all kinds of state approvals that would have to be obtained, and there'd be yet another public hearing back before the planning board. Just want everyone in the audience to know. And I'd like to call up Steve Cabral and from Crossman Engineering. And what you see is a detailed rendering of what it would look like. And I can bring it around or show it to the council. But we did a lot of work with staff regarding the details, cupola, certain color coding of the shingles, the siding, and the landscaping. It's extensive, and it would be a real signature building. While not in the historic district, it is the gateway to the historic district. So we wanted to incorporate a lot of those design concepts. So it'd be a very attractive building and well situated. Mr. Cabral, please.
Oh, good evening. I'm Steve Cabral with Crossman Engineering, 151 Centerville Road. Now, we're the civil engineers working with Garofalo, who assisted in preparing the site layout, as well as we performed a traffic analysis. And I can give a general overview of the traffic situation, but if you'd like to get into details, we also have Liz McChesney, our traffic engineer, in attendance tonight. First, I'd like to say the planning board made it very clear to us that they consider this parcel to be the gateway towards Apponaug. And the appearance, the visual appearance of the landscaping and the buildings are going to be key as we continue through the next planning board stages. And as Attorney Shikarchi pointed out, we only have been to the master plan. We still have the preliminary and the final stages to go through with the planning board. And the elevations that we have on the easel tonight really is just a work in progress. The planning board and the planning staff has made it very clear that they'll be seeking even additional building elements and additional landscaping to make sure that this is a true gateway into Apponaug. When it comes to traffic, our office happens to be immediately adjacent to this development. And I'm not speaking in favor of this project because we're working for the developer. I'm here because we're working for the developer, plus being an abutter to this land for almost 30 years now. I've experienced the traffic situation that's existed prior to the roundabouts being built, and while the homes were present. From a traffic point of view, one of the prime benefits of this proposal is that all of the multiple curb cuts that exist today into the parcel are going to be eliminated and merged with one. As you exit or enter our driveway at 151, there was always difficulty with the line of sight. The benefit of this is that with the closing of those curb cuts, there will not be that additional conflict points. Those conflict points are going to be eliminated. And the only access into this 5.5 acre piece of land is going to be at the existing traffic light, which by far makes this one of the safer sites to develop in regards to access. Now, we do recognize that any time you have development, there's going to be a slight alteration of traffic volumes in an area. For the uses that we're proposing, the car wash, a small coffee shop, potentially bank and retail, they're not uses that are going to bring in traffic from Cranston or other areas. These tenants are really geared towards serving the neighborhood and traffic that's already in the area. But independent of that, we did perform a traffic analysis and we took into account nearby development. For example, we know that there's a condominium development proposed between this project and 95. When we superimposed the added traffic of that condominium project, plus the traffic from our development, and then we did take a slight credit for bypass traffic, we found that the level of service of the existing traffic signal will not be degraded. Currently, the traffic signal operates at a level of service B, which is very good. And once the development is fully built, it will remain operating at level of service B. And we're able to state that because we'll have control of the design and timing of the different phases of the traffic light. So when we look at the overall delays that may be created, we found in essence that the change in timing may only change the phasing by 4 or 5 seconds. So we recognize that there is an office building immediately across the street at 200 Centerville Road, and they do have an awkward access. And I say that because their only means of access is coming right off 117. It is difficult for them at times, during the busiest times of the day, to take a left turn out of their site onto 117 heading west. But we can assure you that with the proposed traffic signal timing adjustments, there will not be a noticeable delay or impact on that building or the Washington Trust building. So we did take a detailed look at the timing and operation of the traffic light and traffic, and we can state that there will be no degradation of traffic with the proposed improvements.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask Mr. Cabral a question before you turn over. Mr. Cabral, you talked about the level of service remaining the same, correct?
Yes.
And that's because the proposal tonight would have the applicant have the ability to set the timing of the light, correct? With the state approval, of course.
Yes.
And in terms of 200 Centerville Road, the property across the street that has only one access, the better traffic management, in your humble opinion, as someone who studied the area, would be for them to get another access point on Diamond Hill Road and take full advantage of the light. Would that be the safest and best course of a traffic level of service?
Yes, without a doubt, 200 Centerville Road would have a significant improvement in their traffic operations if they did have an additional access on the side street, Diamond Hill Road.
So just to summarize, and it's the last point I want to make, this proposal being put before the council this evening, if it goes through all the approvals and gets all the state approvals and goes back to the council and back to the planning board, will not impinge on the traffic service at 200 Centerville Road as it currently states. And 200 Centerville Road's best remedy is to get an access point on Diamond Hill Road. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation. Be happy to answer any questions from the council or the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shigashi. Yeah, I agree with you. Taking that left coming out of there, I see people doing that all the time, and it's very dangerous. So it's a good improvement. I also represent Apponaug, so I do like the design because that is a gateway way right into Apponaug there. So it'll look very nice. So Councilman Sinapi, any comments at this time?
It certainly would be a nice change of pace to have development of some kind there, given what's been there for as long as I can remember, just overgrown, desolate lot. And I do like the idea that it's not a high traffic set of buildings going in. We all know by now, the car wash, a bank and whatnot, there's not exactly a constant demand going in and out. Otherwise, we'd already have problems right across the street with Washington Trust. So it does seem like an ideal situation, especially when the land already could be developed for use for other needs. At least this one actually services the neighborhood rather than just one or two businesses.
Thank you. Are there any members of the council that would like to make comments at this time? Councilman Ricks.
First, some comments as just someone who similarly drives up and down Centerville Road on a daily basis. This is the part of Centerville Road that, unlike the parts that are a little bit closer to City Hall and a little bit closer to 95, this is the stretch where we don't have traffic issues. So it's good to see that the traffic study finds that this is not going to have a significant effect on traffic. And that passes the smell test to me. It's further on down, closer to 95, for example, that you just see the constant backups over by where Commonwealth Ave and Route 95 have their intersection. And then as you move on over towards Route 2, whereas this part, it simply doesn't have those same sorts of traffic issues. And I think that the plan, as compared to some of those other potential alternatives, that there would be a right to try to go down that road. I think that this particular plan, it absolutely makes sense to have that one curb cut at that one location, especially given the proposed layout. This is all, of course, a very long process that we on the City Council are familiar with, members of the public, understandably less so. I know that this has gone a long way, I can only imagine, from when it was originally on the drawing board to all of those discussions with the planning department, approval of the planning board, and of course then as the process moves along, this isn't the end of the process. It would go back to the planning board with further details. And of course, anything that we approve this evening would be subject to those same 13 conditions and stipulations, some of them with various subparts. So very detailed, very precise stipulations here that should give the public reassurance that this is meeting all of the standards that the City of Warwick in recent years has required. A lot of these, I'll say that a lot of existing commercial properties out there, they weren't required to meet all of these types of conditions, and that's why unfortunately we have some of these different issues in Warwick with different commercial properties that we do nowadays. But with all of these conditions that would be in place, that's going to address a lot of potential issues that otherwise, well, I think we can all take a look at the nearest major street in our different neighborhoods and see a few things that wouldn't have been built if they had been proposed today. So I think that this is just a really good example of what happens when we have this really detailed process and see it through. And I want to just thank everyone who was involved in this process, and the owner, developer, for cooperating with this very detailed process.
Thank you. Mr. President, I'm not planning on calling him, but I just want the council to know I have Mr. Pimento, land use expert. I believe he has submitted a report that the request is not only consistent with the comprehensive plan, but also with the surrounding area. If the council has any questions, he's available, but I'm not going to call him because he has submitted a report.
Thank you. Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Crutchy, for being here. So this intersection is kind of the main in and out from the 9th Ward to the highway. So good to hear that the traffic study was favorable. I think that's one to just keep a close eye on. Is there any, so just a couple questions. Is there any, are there any noise or I guess noise concerns from the development proposed? I'm not sure a car wash, what their typical volume
No, because
is.
they have doors that come down, mitigate that, but they have standard hours of operation that would meet with the city ordinances, and obviously there's a city noise ordinance, so they would follow that ordinance. As you know, this is very close to 95, the on-ramp, and because I live in the area, it's over a flight path as well. So I don't think you have to worry about the car wash noise. It's pretty much consistent with the ambient surrounding noises.
Okay, got it.
If not less.
Okay, thank you. One of the things coming down Diamond Hill there, and maybe you can just have your traffic engineers look into this a little bit. There's 2 lanes headed north down up Diamond Hill towards Centerville. And typically it's not a right-hand only lane. The right lane can go either way, and the left is a left-hand only. But cars do sometimes get jumbled up making that left-hand turn onto Centerville. So if there were any recommendations around that particular traffic pattern at that intersection, because I would imagine now you'll have 2 lanes that could potentially be turning left, and simultaneously you've got traffic that might be coming out left or right from the development. So just any thoughts on that?
So I can have the engineer testify, but I'll just sum it up for you. That's a very good point, and that needs to be done in conjunction with DOT. So that's the next step of the process, but that's a very valid point.
Thank you. And then you had mentioned, I think it was at 200 Centerville Road, the recommendation about adding an egress point out through Diamond Hill Road. Is that something proposed, or that's just sort of a...
Something I had the chance to speak to actually one of the owners previous to this and one of the owners this evening, and he indicated that's a concern that they have. They've always had that concern. I don't represent them, at least not yet anyway, but I don't represent them. There seems to have been, I guess when that project was approved many, many years ago, there was a restriction of an entrance there on Diamond Hill Road. I don't know. There has to be a traffic study done, and then they would have to come, I'm assuming, depending on where they went to their original approval, come back before this honorable body or another body from the city and ask for that. But that needs to be researched, analyzed, and then asked for. That is not part of this proposal. The point that I brought that up, I wanted to emphasize that this project before you tonight will not negatively impact their existing issue regarding access and traffic. If anything, the changing of the timing of the lights may actually increase their improvement of their access point. That needs to be thoroughly researched and asked for in a separate application at another point in time in the future.
Thank you, sir. That's all my questions for now.
Any other questions from members of the council? Okay, so now we are going to public comment on this. So I'm going to ask individuals, first, anyone who is here to speak in favor of just this project. Then we will have an opportunity for anyone who would like to speak out against this project, and then have an opportunity for anyone who would just like any comments on the record for just this particular project. So at this time, is there anyone here that would like to speak in favor of this project, PCO 24-22? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this project? Is there anyone here to speak in favor of this project? Okay. Are there any individuals here that would like to speak against this project? Are there any individuals here that would like to speak against this project? Is there someone here to speak against the project? Okay, you have to come to the mic, sir.
My name is Paul Blakesley. I have a short statement I'd like to read. The issue before the City Council tonight is the proposed zone change from office to general business, affecting just one site on Centerville Road. It is not about the developer's promises about the size, shape, and finish of the buildings, nor the kind of plants in the landscaping plan. The issue is the uses that are allowed under the new zoning. The current office zoning serves the surrounding residential neighborhood well. It is a stable and respectable environment and visually pleasing. Consequently, it protects and maintains the property values of the surrounding neighborhood. The proposed change of zone to general business is an affront to the quality of life enjoyed in this neighborhood. The uses allowed in a general business zone are incompatible with what exists now. Uses like drive-through fast food restaurants, big and little box retail, which are characteristically of low quality construction and high negative impact. Furthermore, there is a wide range of uses that have even greater impact on their surroundings, like car washes, service stations, nightclubs, et cetera, which could be allowed by special permit. Spot zoning general business on this one site for a single developer will be just the beginning of the end of the existing stable, respectable, and relatively peaceful environment. Once the city opens the door to the precedent is set, and the development of ugly, cheap commercial will continue to degrade Centerville Road. The image that comes to mind is of Cohasset Avenue, immediately west of Bald Hill Road, or Bald Hill Road itself in places. If you're having trouble with this concept, with this vision, then think about the fact that there are 3 drive-through coffee shops within sight of this property and 6 more within 1.5 miles. There are 5 car washes within 1.5 miles of the site. Is this sustainable? Ask yourselves, do we need to give up what we have that works for something that we all know doesn't, just for the sake of one developer's bottom line? If you have the curiosity and perseverance to read all of Warwick's comprehensive plan, you will find that this is exactly what we should be protecting ourselves against. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here to speak out against this project? Is there anyone else to speak out against this project? Is there anyone here that would just like to be heard on this project? Come on up to the podium, sir.
Good evening. My name is Dan Bakari. I represent the condo association at 200 Centerville Road, the unit owners in particular. Before I came in here today and before discussing with Attorney Shikashi and Steve Cabral, the engineer, I was here to speak out against this. My concern, or our concern as a condo association, was the difficulty in pulling out on heading west. For us to safely pull out onto 117, it's extremely difficult as it exists, as we only have one ingress and egress currently. And I think that question was addressed by Mr. Gebhardt. So what we will be looking for is the traffic studies that do show that this is not going to impinge on that. I'm not here to speak out against it, but just make some general comments. And I understand from Steve Cabral that traffic study will be made. Additionally, if there is an impact to us, we at that point reserve the right to make a future objection to this. But right now, without that information, I can't either support or object this proposal. I guess in the future, though, if we do agree to support this proposal as probably the people who are most impacted by this, potentially from a traffic perspective, we will be looking for, we will be approaching you for some type of new egress, which would be similar to that of Washington Trust Bank, which has both an egress and ingress on Route 117 and Diamond Hill Road. So they're not really impacted. People who are patrons of the bank are not impacted by any new development in the area. So that's my concern, and that's my comment is, I guess without further information, which we will be looking for, in support or against this, just looking at that traffic study and how that timing of that light will impact us, especially from the egress heading 117 heading west on 117. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And as you pointed out, this is the next step. So there, like you said, there's additional information that has to come through, information that you'll be looking for, that we'll be looking for as well. And then they have to get their state permits, and they have to have another public hearing for the planning thing. So thank you for coming up and getting those on the record. And I know that the Attorney Shikashi will keep you, make sure that you're in the loop and know that as the process moves forward, so you can be heard.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak on this topic? Anybody else that would like to have comments on this topic? Anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Sinapi, do you want to close the public hearing? Councilman moves to close. Councilman, if you can say it on the mic.
Move to close the public hearing.
A second by Councilman Lattiser and Councilwoman Travis. All those in favor of closing public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so now, are there any additional comments or questions from members of the city council on this project at this time? Councilman Sinapi, do you have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Councilman Sinapi moves favorable, second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Howe, Councilman McElroy, Councilman Foley, and Councilman Ricks. Any questions or comments on the motion? Okay, hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy? Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, first passage.
Thank you. First passage.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are now moving to the second public hearing this evening, which is PCO 25-22, an order of abandonment of a portion of Clark Street. Committee report, land use.
Committee recommends opening public hearing.
Councilman Howe.
Move opening public hearing.
Second by Councilman Foley. All those in favor of moving to a public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any objections? Okay, we are now moving to a public hearing for PCO 2522. So we will follow the same process as the first public hearing. I will ask if there's someone here on behalf of the petitioner. They will present to the council. Council will ask questions. Then we will move to the public. We will have an opportunity for people to speak in favor, an opportunity for people to speak against, and an opportunity for people to just have their comments made for the record. So at this time, is there anyone here to present on PCO 25-22?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, and honorable members of the, Mr. President, excuse me, honorable members of the Warwick City Council. For the record, Attorney K. Joseph Shikachi, representing the applicant. For the sake of brevity, I know this is a long night. The second application is the same project, the same parcel. I'm going to, I know there'll be two separate votes. I'm going to incorporate the presentation and testimony together. I'll be happy to take questions at any time. This is a very simple application for a
I'm just going to ask a question. Is there any objections for members of the council to hear these both at the same time? So combine these next two public hearings, hear them all at the same time. Is there any objections from the council? No. Okay. Go ahead. These both, the next two public hearings are combined.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be very brief. It's a very simple application. With me tonight is Bill Lavery, the project engineer, a licensed PE. William Lavery from Casale Engineering. He's the project manager and licensed PE. Thank you. This parcel of land is on the corner of Green Street and Post Road. It's currently owned by New England Tech. It had been used, it's abandoned right now for the last several years. It was used as a office for New England Tech. It is currently zoned office. New England Tech was in the process of selling it, marketing it to another office use. And then my client had the opportunity to negotiate with New England Tech and is under contract to purchase it, subject to a zone change to fully residential. A lot of the underlying zoning is residential as well. We think residential is much more compatible with the neighborhood instead of an office or a potential clinic that was under negotiation before my client entered into a contract. The proposal is to, for a rezoning that would allow 5 condominiums. 3 of them would be 2-story condominiums in the front on Post Road. Behind them would be 2 condominiums, single level. The addition to that, the property has a paper street that runs along the side of it. The proposal of the second public hearing is to abandon that public road, unimproved road, the paper street, and purchase it from the city at fair market value. That would act as a buffer. It would provide more landscaping. All of the city requirements for an abandonment would be met. There would be no construction at all on the abandoned property. The city would retain full easement for water line, sewer line, utility lines. So the city would in turn would put it back on the tax rolls, still have the ability to use it. It would be maintained and landscaped by my client. There's a housing need in the city. As we all know, these are not affordable per se, but they would be market units. And be happy to answer any questions regarding the zone change. Mr. Lavery's here. As I stated in the earlier petition, this application has received unanimous approval from the planning board. We have worked extensively with planning staff, not only on the design, but on the number of units. Because with the abandonment, this could actually support another unit or two, possibly a third unit if we went to an affordable concept. But the compatibility with the neighborhood called for only 5, and it called for market rate housing. So my client wanted to be consistent with the comprehensive plan. The application will need to get additional approvals from the state, the city, DEM, DOT, engineers, and then also have another public hearing here and a public hearing before the planning board at a later point in 2023. Be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Lavery's here. Obviously, as with all projects, there'll be zero net runoff into any of the abutting property. That pretty much concludes the presentation. Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Sicarchi. And I would like to say that I'm in support of this. I did read the planning board recommendations. I did read the transcripts from the planning board. I heard about this project some time ago, and quite honestly, I was happy about it because right now we have a building that's owned by an educational facility. As we know, we have a lot of buildings that are owned by rated nonprofits, whether it be RIAC, whether it be education-owned facilities or otherwise, and they're non-revenue generating. And it seems like we're always chasing the cleanup. We're always trying to get the property maintained. When you have a property like this, one, it brings people into the city, two, the access to the restaurants, the access to the highway, to the jobs is on a perfect location, and it is adjacent. I want to assure my fellow council members, it is adjacent to a neighborhood. Mr. Sicarchi was not exaggerating where the property right next door is residential housing. So there's nothing changing as far as that goes, and it does clean up a property that has been sitting stale for over 10 years. So I just respectfully ask my counselors and to inform my fellow council members that I support this project, and this will be a great addition to Ward 3. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Mr. Sicarchi, how many new units of housing would this be?
5.
5 new units. Okay, thank you. Any questions from members of the council? Councilman Sinapi.
Not really a question, just a comment. I have family that live over there and have for, I think, as long as I've been alive. So it'll be nice to see the area enhanced, especially that particular area. It can only do good for the neighborhood, frankly. So unless I'm not an engineer or whatnot, but from my take of it, it seems like a win for everybody.
Thank you, Councilman. I will tell you that before my client started the public process, he reached out to the neighbors, and overwhelming feedback was very positive. They wanted landscaping and fencing. My client agreed to their requests. So I think you'll see a general enhancement of the area. As Councilman Howe said, this has been, I don't want to use the word abandoned, but it's been neglected for many years. When New England Tech moved to East Greenwich, and they left this behind, there's very limited maintenance that's being done on the property. So this will be a demolition of what's there and a significant improvement in terms of new construction.
Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
Again, I'm really happy to see the process being followed here, working with first the neighbors and then also the planning department, the planning board, everything I'm seeing on the application, and especially just, general knowledge. I think we all drive on Post Road. We all see that stretch of Post Road. And Yeah, that's one of those lots where I can just imagine if it remained with its current zoning and different types of businesses went in, then that could end up being something not really ideal for the neighborhood. On the other hand, Warwick, we all know that Warwick needs more housing, and this is an excellent spot for more housing. Similarly, when it comes to the abandonment of this paper street, we can just take a look at the maps that were provided, at the satellite view that we can all just go on Google or whichever site, access that satellite view from our phones, and see that, yeah, it's basically just this little dirt lot over there that has very, very limited practical use for the city. I'm sure that the neighbors on the other side of that would never want to see that open up, because then they would no longer be living on a dead end. And so it makes perfect sense to me for the city to sell that piece of land to the petitioner, make a little bit of money, not have that liability, while reserving the easement over it, as all of this does. I think that this is another example of just really great work with following the process and working with the neighbors to try to come up with something that, while maybe not everyone is 100% perfectly happy, comes to something that should be satisfactory to everyone involved. Thank you.
Thank you. And just want to point out, you mentioned about the planning department's recommendations. They have stipulations, and obviously they would be incorporated in part of any decision the council would make. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Okay, at this time, we are going to open up for public comment. Is there any individuals here to speak in favor of this project, this project, PCO 25-22? If you are, please just step up to the mic. Oh, and you can also comment on PCO 26-2022, which is the abandonment part, which we've combined the two. So are there any questions? Any people to speak in favor? Any individuals here to speak in favor? Are there any individuals here to speak against this project, PCO 25-22 or PCO 26-2022? Is there anyone here to speak against PCO 25-22 or PCO 26-2022? Is there anyone here to speak against PCO 25-22 or PCO 26? Okay, but you have to please take your time and come up to the mic.
Just come to the mic and just tell them who you identify yourself.
Oh, hi, my name's Mary Campbell. I'm a resident on, I live on Green Street, 33. I'm against it because of the traffic, trying to get out onto Post Road, to try and make a left-hand turn to go under the bridge. People are coming under the Greenwood Bridge. The traffic, there's been numerous accidents at the top of Green Street and the other access out of my neighborhood, which is Main Avenue, right at the Greenwood Bridge. If there's an accident on Main Avenue, which there has been, everybody comes down Morse, down Green, to try and get out on the Post Road, because the whole Greenwood Bridge is shut down along with Main Avenue, along the back of the airport. The same situation, there's been numerous accidents on Post Road, across from the House of Glass. At least every 6 months. The last one, the traffic was tied up for 4 hours on Post Road because the police cruiser drove into the porch on the house at the top of my street. The other thing is, I know all about New England Tech and their abandoned buildings on Post Road. They have numerous ones. The one that's operating now is the bigger building where they did the COVID testing in the parking lot. So I'm just here because it's just, with the dead-end street, which is Clark Street, that whole little neighborhood there is all families, plus the fire hall is there at the dead end there, which has all the antique fire trucks in it. It's a small round circle. They do birthday parties there. They take the kids in the neighborhood on the antique fire trucks. But the thing is the traffic trying to get out of Green Street or trying to get out from Morse onto Main Avenue. And if there's an accident, everything's tied up in Warwick. If all it takes is one accident on 95 and everybody's off of the highway right down into Apponaug, right down into Greenwood, right down into Jefferson Boulevard. And as far as building, they're building, everything's gonna be built up on Post Road. They're gonna put apartments down near Airport Road. They're putting stuff in where Ann and Hope was. They're putting supposedly condos for the elderly are going to be going in on Jefferson Boulevard, where all the factories are supposedly in a couple of years are going to be taken over. That's across from the train station. I mean, I agree with the gentleman earlier about the whole Diamond Hill thing, but I'm in Greenwood right now. I've been living there forever. New England Tech is in my backyard, the parking lot. Thankfully, that's great. It's been empty, which is great for all of my neighbors because, you know, I mean, we have a little bit of solace from all of the noise between the train station and the airport, and it just seems everywhere you turn, everything is being moved because of the airport or the train station. I mean, we lost all of the houses on the other side of Main Avenue. They're all gone to extend the airport. And all of the ball fields and soccer fields got moved off to Airport Road. But I mean, these kids are playing baseball and soccer, but the jets are still flying over with the jet fuel, you know, over their heads. I mean, it's just unbelievable, the stuff that's being, like you said, every corner there's a new coffee shop, a new restaurant, there's a car wash, brand new on Post Road. There's another storage thing on Jefferson Boulevard. It's just that it's overwhelming along with what's going on in Apponaug. It's supposed to be, Apponaug is unbelievable now. But I'm just here because of the traffic, something out. I mean, say 10 years down the road, they could just move right in and open up Clark Street and just keep going. Even when you come out down Main Avenue and you bear right to go on the Post Road, there's been numerous accidents there. People don't yield for people that are coming up under the Greenwood Bridge, and you can't even make a right-hand turn on the Green Street if you're coming up under the Greenwood Bridge because people are coming off Main Avenue. And the other situation is the traffic light that's right before the entrance to the bigger New England Tech building, that's not even in use. If all of this does go through, I'd like to have that traffic signal move down towards Green Street, so there'd be at least a traffic thing there, so you could pull out. But that's my opinion, and a lot of my neighbors too, but I've been living on Green Street for over, 35 years, and I grew up on the other side of Greenwood, which is over near the Greenwood Credit Union. But I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And just as the attorney said, this is the next step. So there will be additional traffic studies and additional public hearings on this as well. Is there anyone else that speak out against PCO 25-22 or PCO 26-2022? Is there anyone here that would just like to be heard on PCO 25-22 or PCO 26-2022? Anyone here that would like to be heard on the record regarding this project? Anyone here that would like to be heard on the record? No. Hearing none, Councilman Howe.
Close public hearing on both items.
Second by Councilman Lattiser. All in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any objections? Any abstentions? Okay, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action on both PCRs, please.
Do we have a second? And then we're gonna open it up. Okay, we're going to do one at a time.
Okay.
So you moving PCO 25-22 for favorable action?
Move PCO 25-22 favorable action, Mr. President.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser. Are there any, and Councilman McElroy, are there any questions or comments on PCO 25-22? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, first passage.
Thank you. PCO 25-22, first passage. Councilman Howe, would you like to move PCO 26-2022?
Move favorable action, PCO 26-2022.
Second by Councilman Foley, Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments on PCO 26-2022? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Ms. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi?
Yes.
Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, first passage.
First passage passes.
Thank you very much. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
We are now moving to our final public hearing of this evening, which is PCO 4-22, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances for short-term rentals. Committee report, land use.
Committee recommends opening public hearing.
Councilman Lattiser.
Move to open the public hearing.
Second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Howe. All those in favor to opening a public hearing, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, just as we've done with the first three, we are going to ask an individual to present PCO 4-22. Then we'll have members of the council that can ask questions, and then we will open it up to the public. There'll be an opportunity for people to speak in favor of this. They will have an opportunity for people to speak against it, and there will be an opportunity for people to just be heard on the record. Before we have the city come up, Councilman Lattiser, as the
Yes,
sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is something that I've been working on now probably 6, perhaps even 7 years. And it's been a long time in coming. And this is something with short-term rentals where the city of Warwick had no oversight, no control, and virtually a lot of responsibility. It's something that has been going on unsupervised and unregulated for a very long time. About 5 years, maybe 6 years ago, I actually put together a committee. Back then, Mr. Lucas Murray was here, and he was heading up the planning department. And that began the process. Initially, what triggered my involvement on this was one of my own constituents who was singled out 2 administrations ago for operating what was classified as an illegal short-term rental. That constituent went through all the motions, did everything that the city requested, and became compliant. As a matter of fact, became the only, at the time, and to this day still is, the only licensed short-term rental unit in the city of Warwick. So it became obvious to me that this is something that needs to have a much broader brush applied to it. The short-term rentals need to be controlled. They need to be regulated. They need to be accountable to the city of Warwick, and they need to be accountable to their neighbors. So I approached Mr. Kravitz when he became the planning director for the city of Warwick and asked him to help me on this and pick up where it was left off. And I think he did an outstanding job in drafting this particular ordinance. This is something, excuse me, that this ordinance has received the support of the planning department, of the planning board of the city of Warwick, and the building official has weighed in on this as well. So if I may, Mr. President, through the chair, I would like to request that Mr. Kravitz speak to us and go through PCO 4-22 and speak to its issues.
Okay, is there anyone here to speak to present this to the city council from the administration?
Yes, good evening. Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. Well, let me first say that Sean Henry of my office did pretty much all the work on this. He did some research as to the current trends in these type of ordinances, which is really a policy decision by the city, you know. But Sean looked and spoke with officials at Newport and other areas. He did research in other towns. And so he did a good job. So, but let me jump into briefly from what I heard and some of the calls that I fielded while this was out for notice, was really there was one provision that was kind of concern to people in the use table, and that being that the short-term rental be owner occupied of the dwelling. You'll see this on page 2 of the proposal, where you see the zoning districts and the use table essentially. Well, when it says yes, this means this will be allowed by right. No, of course, means it's not allowed. So, you know, non-owner occupied dwellings would not be allowed. So it's got to be owner occupied. That's kind of the key thing that keeps coming up time and time again to me in my discussions. Aside from that, of course, we added several definitions. And there's provisions in here to control the number of vehicle spaces required based on number of occupants, dwelling unit size. The one thing the planning board, I should say, in their positive recommendation to the council on this matter, they did ask that the city solicitor look at the accessory dwelling unit law that was passed this year, because there may be some provisions in that could be construed to be very progressive and allow for rental situations of accessory dwelling units. And they didn't know if that kind of conflicted with short-term rentals. I have that statute here with me, if there's any questions on that too. But, you know, with that, I think maybe we should just get to the public portion of the of the presentation to hear from the constituents. Unless anyone has any specific questions of me, I'm right here.
Thank you. Councilwoman Travis, as a co-sponsor, would you like to ask any questions at this time, or? Okay. Director, I think you hit on the issue that I know that I've heard from people about, the owner-occupied part of this legislation. What when you put this together, what is your thinking on putting in that provision?
Well, frankly, it was meeting with Councilman Lattiser. That was a concern of yours. It's fair. It's a policy decision by the city, and that's, if the theory being, if there's a presence on the property by the owner, in terms of the probability of having an issue is less than there not being a presence by the owner. I mean, simply stated, I think that's what we're trying to hit on. So that's what we'll hear about this evening.
Any questions from the members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. So, yeah, what Director Kravitz spoke to is very, very true. When you have an owner-occupied dwelling, there is obviously someone on that property who is responsible for the property. There is someone that can and will react immediately should you have a burst water pipe, or you have a clogged septic system or sewage system. If there's any type of emergency on that property, if there is a fire on that property, it's very different when you have people who are short-term rentals who do not have the information or the knowledge of the property, very well may not even know where the circuit breaker panels are. Should there be any type of electrical problems in the house where the power needs to be shut off, may not have any idea where the main shutoff is for the water to the house, should there be any problems with a broken pipe, a burst pipe, etc. The overall exterior maintenance of the property and the surrounding property associated with this dwelling is certainly maintained much better when it is owner occupied than when it is not. Even more importantly, when the owner of the property doesn't even reside in the city of Warwick and resides perhaps out of the state, or certainly out of the city. These are the reasons for, or some of the reasons for, the owner-occupied provision in here. There has been issues in Newport, in Boston, in various other areas where these type of problems have occurred, and the results were pretty devastating because there was no one on site on the property that knew the inner workings of this property. Now, I too have received several contacts regarding owner-occupied, and that is something that certainly I am listening to, and I'm particularly interested to hear this evening from people who are both in favor and opposed to this particular ordinance. I am totally committed to controlling, regulating, having accountability, responsibility, having registrations, having fees and licenses apply to these short-term rentals that also level, or at least attempt to level, the competitive nature that we have here in the city of Warwick. Having said that, once we hear the public testimony and comments both for and against this, you will see where it goes from there. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions or comments from members of the council? Councilman Ricks.
To the director, first, I wanted to thank you for getting back to me right away when I sent in something of a laundry list of comments and questions. I think that there are some areas where we can improve the current draft ordinance, but in general, I'm satisfied with the direction that it's headed. So to clarify some questions on owner occupancy for our colleagues on the council as well as for the public, a few quick questions off the bat. By owner occupied, that doesn't mean that the owner has to be literally on site 24/7, right?
No, that's our interpretation, yeah, that the owner will be present at the site, at the property in question.
Let's see. So, let's see. The owner wouldn't be allowed to step out, run to the grocery store or something.
I suppose they can do that.
Yeah. Let's see. So, also, if the owner has, let's say, a duplex or a three-family house, and they live in one unit, then the owner, it would still count as owner-occupied when they rent out those units that they don't live in that particular unit.
Right, that was one of the ones we talked about today, right? If you have a 3-unit, multi-unit building, if the owner resides in one of the units, that is considered to be occupied, the property that is.
And I didn't specifically mention this one in the email, but just to give people a general sense of the process here, when owner-occupied is allowed by right, that means that they don't have to come in front of the planning board or the city council or the like to get approval. It's just a matter of going through the normal application process with the proposed $250 fee, right?
And potentially submitting plans to the building department.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, through the building department, but not a public hearing like coming up in front of us like the earlier petitioners.
Correct.
However, for non-owner occupied, it's not an absolute 100% a bar. It would mean that if there's a non-owner occupied property and someone wants to apply for a special use permit, that although it would be more involved, it would involve going through some public process with notice and to the neighbors and a hearing. It would still be theoretically possible if someone wanted to go through that process.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's kind of my groundwork, framework type of questions.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks. Any other questions from members of the council at this time? Okay, hearing none, we're going to open up for public comments. We're going to follow the same process here. I'm going to ask individuals to come up that would like to speak in favor of this ordinance, then anyone who's here to speak against the ordinance, and then anyone who just likes to be heard. So I just ask that when you come up to the mic, if you speak clearly, give your name and your address for the public record. And we have the Sergeant of Arms there is there to help you as well.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Wilson. My address is 25 Morgan Avenue, Warwick, Rhode Island. So in February of 2008, Brian Chesky and Joe Geba, who were graduates of RISD and resided in San Francisco, came up with an idea to rent out their air mattress. 2008. That's when Airbnb started. I have been doing Airbnb since 2014. I am one of 2 people who are registered that I know of. I did a public request a few months ago, and there were just 2. I'm so happy we're finally here. I would like to tell you my reasons why I think they should be owner-occupied. Now, here's the thing. I know that there are a bunch of people here that own Airbnbs that don't live there, and I'm hoping the president will keep everything calm during this process. They're not the only people in Warwick that own them. There are 76 in Warwick now, 76. In last, China spent $1.2 billion buying properties in the United States to rent them out, to avoid scrutiny, to avoid taxes. So it's not just people that live in Rhode Island, it's people that live all over the world who can't get to a resident quickly. So here are the negative effects of Airbnbs in general that aren't occupied. It reduces the number of permanent housing. I am now hosting my second homeless person in my house who was referred to me as a friend, from a friend. I'm going to read to you her brief statement. She's not here tonight because she works 11 p.m. till 6 a.m. in the morning, and I watch her 8-year-old daughter. Dear City Council members, my name is Crystal Riley. I'm a victim of the shortage of housing in Warwick. Recently, I became homeless because of housing overpricing and short-term rentals. I have an 8-year-old daughter. We have slept in my car in truck stops and have been couch surfing at friends' houses. Because I don't have a place to live in, it is almost impossible for me to work and get my daughter to school. I have all my belongings in a storage unit, which costs me almost $200 a month. I am currently working 11 till 6 at a gas station. It would be impossible for me to have a deposit and first month's rent anytime soon. I'm forced to buy fast food daily as I have nowhere to cook. I have to leave my car running to keep us warm, which has been very expensive. I must go to my storage unit almost daily to retrieve clothes and incidentals. Recently, a friend hooked me up with Cindy. She has been incredibly gracious, allowing my daughter and I to stay at her house. She also is home while I work. She has allowed me to do laundry at her home so I can get some sleep during the day. I was born in Warwick and have lived here most of my life. The city has over 70 short-term rentals, most of which are not owner-occupied. Why are you allowing people to do this and take away low-income housing that exists? You're creating a whole new level of poverty. That was from her. I agree with it. So it really targets low-income people and African-American people. Especially in areas that are low income but maybe look nice. You know, Oakland Beach, for instance, started out, centuries ago as a Jewish community that was all beautiful houses. Then when I first moved here 40 years ago, people referred to it as the ghetto. Now it's back on the upswing. There's a lot of short-term rentals there because it's got beautiful views. Oakland Beach is a beautiful area. Although those people that own them pay property taxes, they don't often pay taxes on their help. They have friends cleaning it, doing that kind of stuff. And if somebody owes multiple ones, I challenge you that you're cleaning a bunch of them because I clean mine. It takes me, I have people check out at 11, check in at 3. And unless I'm standing there at 11, it's an hour-and-a-half job. You got to do it right, especially with COVID. So, it's not something that you can just pop in and do real easy. It reduces the number of permanent residents. The things that can happen with short-term rentals. It artificially inflates property values. Now, that's something that people don't think of, but if I have a house and I'm going to sell it and I say to someone that wants to buy it, like, imagine this. You could buy this house. You could live in this room. You could make this money. Or you can buy this house and you don't even have to live in it. And that's what's happened. So that's the other thing that happens. It forces renters to move, like my new friend, Crystal, who literally I just met last week. Today I invited her to stay through the new year because I know she will never get out of this. She will never get a down payment for first month's, last month's, while she's making $16 an hour, working the night shift. Small stores are affected. If I own a little store, especially if I'm in a real like Newport, Narragansett, and I own a little store where people come in and get stuff, and it's tourist season. I'm busy. Guess what? When it's not tourist season, neighborhood is went dark, and I'm not busy. So it affects the neighborhood. It's unfair competition for hotels. I know many of you are real proponents of businesses in Warwick. Well, when you let people buy up houses, a 3-bedroom house, and rent up 3 bedrooms, that's 3 bedrooms that a hotel's not getting. That means that the hotel has to lower their staff. So it has a cumulative effect by allowing a lot of short-term rentals not owner-occupied in your area. The reason I think that owner-occupied is good, and I've been owner-occupied my whole life, and I can tell you, I've gotten calls in the middle of the night. Some guy locked him out one time, locked himself out. I was like, hold on, went downstairs. A couple weeks ago, the toilet wasn't filling. So, did I want to call a plumber right away? No, I wanted to run upstairs and see if I could fix it. Of course. So that's, the whole thing is, if I own a short-term rental, if I own one and I live wherever, or I'm at work and you call me and tell me that, am I going to call somebody right away who's going to charge me $1.50 just to come in? No, I want to take a look-see, which is what I did. I did end up paying a plumber, though. I can monitor how many guests people have. I can tell you, I've had people, they show up, and I'm very park here. Where I sit, I can see, I live on a dead end. I see another car pull up, I'm out the door like, hi, you have one, oh, this is my friend. Nope, sorry. That's not what it says when you sign up. You can't do that. Susie might say, I'm coming with my best friend from college, and then all her college roommates show up. I mean, that's the stuff that happens, especially where I live in Warwick Neck. The other thing is that, so those to me are the cons. I mean, there's so many great things about it. I get to meet great people. I have people that return visit. I recommend them to go all the places in Warwick. I really enjoy what I do. I live near wedding venues. I can't tell you how many times someone's staying at my place and they're at the wedding of their college friend, but none of them live here anymore. So their friends are at the wedding and they'll say to me, do you have another room? They're staying in a house that the screen's broke, the lock doesn't work. All the different things that happen when you're not there to pay attention. So I can tell you that there's a lot of things that go into play when you have a short-term rental. The other thing is that, I know that you guys are very interested in safety of everything, streets, all the things you talked about tonight. The first thing was safety, which it should be.
You have 1 minute, Miss Wilson.
Okay, well, another thing is safety, because when someone's at my house, they can look at other houses, they can look around. I don't know who they are. I screen people really strongly. So my question to you is, and I'm so glad you're finally going to regulate this, are you going to contact every one of the owners, that a lot of them are here, and insist that they do the things that you made me do so many years ago? And owners, are you going to do the right thing?
30 seconds.
And make it safe for your guests? Because there was quite a few things that made a lot of sense that I didn't think of that these people did. And to the council members, I really hope that you are going to reach out to the neighbors of the owners and see how they feel. Because if you want to know, I mean, these all people are going to be, oh, yeah, we want them. Of course, they have them. But it's their neighbors that you need to talk to, not them. So I hope you're not influenced by a crowd, because they certainly have a crowd.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Timed it perfect.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of PCO 4-22 at this time? Come on up. Take your time, guys. You don't have to.
Good evening. My name is Michael Marola. I will be brief. I have a home in Potawatomi, and I was doing Airbnb for about 9 years until COVID came. I am an owner occupied. I've never had a problem. But I also use Airbnb. And whenever I've gone to use Airbnb, there's no owner there, and I've never abused anyone's property. So I think that we should consider people on an individual basis. If people don't own their property, don't live in the property that they're renting, they may also be very responsible. And I think that people should have a shot at that. If they abuse it and there's a problem, as we all know, neighbors will call, and then they get shut down. But I don't think that people should should not have an equal opportunity.
Thank you. The next individual would like to speak in favor? I think we had a couple. Anyone else that would like to speak in favor of PCO 4-22? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Lorraine Byrne, 20 Seabreeze Lane, Warwick. As a neighbor of several homes that rent out rooms, I would just like to say that I think it's very important that they be owner occupied, because someone needs to keep an eye on the places so they don't become party houses, and to limit the number of people that are staying there, because if you have some people want to have a big party and they just invite all their friends over to an arbitrary house, you get cars all over the street and a mess and noise, and you need somebody that's there to supervise it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else to speak in favor? Is there anyone else to speak in favor? Is there anyone else to speak in favor? Okay. Is there anyone here this evening who'd like to speak against PCO 4-22? All right, you guys can either line up or just come up one at a time.
Yes, I will. Good evening. My name is James Martin. I lived at, can you hear me all right? James Martin. Okay, sorry about that. I lived at 32 Stetson Street for 17 years. We just recently moved not too long ago, about 2.5 years ago. And I can assure you, many of the things that this lady had mentioned up here earlier, talking about, housing and all this other stuff that doesn't make any sense to me at all, because I can't understand that. That's a global crisis that we're all experiencing. Housing market there's a shortage of houses because of other companies coming in from China, like she mentioned. That's BlackRock Group. That's a federal level. That's big hedge funds coming in and buying up houses. That's got nothing to do with someone coming in and buying up a house to rent it out short term, because that house would still not be available for that person that is looking for a house anyway, because that's a mortgage. 95% of these houses that are being purchased, they're not being done through arbitrage. They're being done through, someone taking on the risk, taking on that mortgage and renting that out, just like any other business in the city of Warwick. So with that being said, I've had my neighbors actually approach me personally, because you can't control when you have a tenant that comes into your house and your neighbor rents that out, and that person is throwing lavish parties and having everybody come over the house, and whether they're on the sex offenders list or any other of those other crises, you can't get that person out as easy as you can as if you go to short-term rental, because most people that rent short-term rentals, they're there for 3 to 5 days and they're gone. You never have to deal with that person ever again. So we have strict screening processes in place that we utilize throughout all of that. And my neighbors, like I was going back to that point to reiterate, my neighbor had actually asked me to purchase the house across the street from the house that I owned for 17 years, because they didn't like who bought that house, and there was no way for them to get that person out, because they were having cars all over the yard. They were having parties, burnout going up and down the street, and there was no way for them to get them out. So we have everything that what we do when we have someone coming in, we're monitoring that strictly. So I just feel as though you're holding, land use homeowners at putting their hand at fault before there's ever even any type of citations or any problems. I appreciate everybody here listening to us, and we're going to hear everybody's side of the stories. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Please step up.
Excuse me, Mr. President. Could you just ask that the speakers identify themselves and where they live, please?
Sure. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, council members and everybody in the audience here. My name is Bill Gagner from Seaview Ave in Cranston. We own several properties in Pawtuxet Village, and we have both short and long-term rentals there, with 2 houses that we have in Warwick, one on Spring Garden, which is a short-term rental, and the other is a permanent home that my son lives in as his primary residence. I've been a property owner in Pawtuxet Village since 2011 and a permanent resident here since 2014. All 3 of my kids went to college here, so I moved down here from Massachusetts. In the past 5 years, we've had over 2,000 guests and over 600 positive reviews on Airbnb, and a lot of those reviews are from our neighbors. Our neighbors utilize our homes, and we all live in the village. My family lives in the village, and I can see 4 of them from my house, and we're there literally every day. It's a 7-day-a-week job. There's a lot of issues here that have already been thought out. They've got very thoughtful responses through Airbnb and through our own experience. I've been doing this since 1982, mostly long-term, and we've started the short-term in 2018. So we've got 2,000 guests who've come through. We've got 0 complaints from our neighbors. We have had issues here and there. Only 2 guests in that 5-year time we've asked to leave, and because of the rules that Airbnb already has in place and the expectations and the rules that we put in place well before they signed up to come as a guest, they were gone within an hour of the infraction. We employ the minute device in several of our properties, which measures the decibels. It measures the amount of devices in the house, and it measures humidity, temperature, things like that. So you can immediately keep an eye on everything. And because we live close by, and if this, I'm assuming this is going to be amended to include non-owner occupied at some point, we don't have a problem with a representative close by. We always respond within an hour of any call that comes in for any issues, but there's been so few, and most can be taken care of quite quickly. We strongly oppose the ordinance as it's written. There's a lot of issues with it that single out short-term owners as an issue. Now, we've looked at some of the complaints that were issued. There's really no detail that the town can give us. We should be part of the process. When you're writing an ordinance, you've got to get a lot of people involved. We want to be involved. We've got great ideas. I've got 40 years of experience. My daughter Greer, she does most of the managing. She can handle all of the social media information, all of the information that you get from the minute devices and all the rest to take care of any issues that go on. We have cleaning crews that go in on a regular basis, and our typical guest is there 3 to 4 days as an average. We do strongly oppose with that the ordinance, because it really does conflict with the intent and the spirit of the law, the state law. You're not that far off, though. There's some tweaks to this that can be done that allows everybody to have a part of this particular business. It unfairly and arbitrarily targets the short-term landlords and doesn't do anything about the long-term landlord issues that what we found in our experience are really more of a problem over a long period of time. The right to rent one's property is one of the most fundamental rights of private property ownership. This ordinance significantly impacts the property owner's substantial interests in well-recognized property rights while serving little, if any, legitimate public purpose as it's written. You're not that far off. The intent was to put the responsibility to the towns to have something to work with, to regulate this so it works for everybody, not just a small portion, and penalize, you know, all of the people for the faults of a few. It just doesn't work like that. We get some serious constitutional issues as well in regards to how it's worded and what rights that we feel we already have that it actually takes away or intends to take away. Regardless what was the impetus for this being written as it is, we don't want to use other towns' issues for issues that don't happen in our town. This should be tailored to Warwick. We're all about Warwick. We're all about making sure that it's secure. It's tailored to the different neighborhoods. There's a lot of different neighborhoods here. Pawtuxet Village has different things to offer than, you know, Oakland Beach or any of the other neighborhoods. Every part of this should take that into account. There's a few things here. Security. So the vetting of the guests is accomplished by Airbnb and by our own inquiries. We ask, why are you coming in? And Airbnb now has increased security. So you have to have at least 3 methods of identification, including a government-issued ID. And that helps quite a bit. We also employ the location monitoring device, Minute, which I just mentioned. We employ outdoor cameras, so it takes a picture of the entrance and the street in front of the places that we do have, and you know, decibel levels and things like that. So we will get notified within just a few minutes, and we can handle any problems before any of our neighbors even know that there's an issue. Parking, most responsible hosts have very strict rules on parking. We live in the neighborhoods. And most of the people here, I think, are very close to the homes that they have. They either live nearby or have enough common sense where they're going to have strict parking rules, so it's not going to be a party atmosphere. We have very strict rules, and if you don't go by those rules, you're out within 1 hour. You know, older homes and other cottages, you don't want to have such strict rules on parking that you're going to have to start ripping up yards. That's really going against what you're intending to do. So some accommodation should be expected on that. Noise and nuisances, there's existing laws that take care of those now. The reporting is the key to this. How do people feel comfortable about reporting those things? One of the things that I've given one of the council members here is how other towns do it. And Middletown seems to be the shining example of taking everything into account and giving brochures out to the neighbors and everyone involved, the landlords. These are our expectations. These are the rules. These are the consequences if you don't follow those rules. Going on to easily accessible property representative. Not everybody lives in Warwick. I live across the cove, so I'm technically in Warwick because I'm on that side of the bridge. But you know, in regards to having a property representative, that's a great idea. That can be.
You have 1 minute, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'm just about done. That can be something that you can work into this, so it works properly for everybody involved here. Everybody's got a very significant investment in this, both time, money. Your family lives here. You have your guests coming back on a regular basis. So the representative should be accessible 24/7 and should be able to respond within a very quick time frame in order to physically respond if there's an issue. process to deal with complaints. That's what I was talking about. I've given Mr. Foley a example of what Middletown does, and it gives a brochure for people. You have all these different numbers to call. There's a lot of things that can take care of these problems before they occur. So the tax benefits, you know, we've paid more than $40,000 in short-term rental taxes in the last 5 years. Next year alone, we expect to pay nearly $30,000 or more. Just that one residence that we have on Spring Garden Street, it pays more than $6,000 in taxes projected for this coming year.
Time's up, sir.
Please use this communication as a request for a continuance and appointing a committee that includes us in the committee to amend this so it works for everybody here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. President, may we ask questions?
No, we're taking public comment at this time. Next up, please come to the mic.
Hi, my name is Angela Stamoulis. I live at 292 Seaview Drive, and I bought my first Airbnb property after the state had passed the regulation that said no municipality should restrict any homeowner from doing a short-term rental as long as it helps with tourism and increases tax benefits to the state, which was my primary reason for investing a lot of money in buying a property, completely rehabbing it, so that I could rent it out, not realizing that there was ever a chance that somebody would come and tell me what I could and could not do with my own property. I also want to clarify the difference between short-term rental. There have been some people, even from within the city that I've spoken to, that seem to think that rooming houses are short-term rentals, right? We're talking about short-term rentals that are on a platform that abide by the existing state law that requires them that they be on a platform like Airbnb and VRBO. So those platforms create regulation that I'm assuming some of the people that crafted the proposed restrictions are not aware of. They require that you have rules. They require an ID for the person before they can even be on the platform, and they allow you to screen the individual before you allow them into your house. I have cameras on the property because I'm confused as to why people would be surprised. I want to take care of my property. I don't want anybody damaging it. I want to make sure that individuals that come into the property do not have parties. There are no more than have actually stated themselves as coming in to rent the property. And I welcome anybody to actually look at some of these Airbnbs. They're quality homes that would not be constituted as low-income housing by any means of the imagination if they were not allowed to be Airbnbs. I would never want a stranger sleeping in the bedroom next to mine just because the city thinks that's a better, smarter, safer thing. I would not feel safe at all with a stranger sleeping in the next bedroom. So I just think that that's just shocking to me that would be considered a safety feature. I currently employed people to do the rehab and to maintain the property, plumbers, electricians, contractors, all local Warwickians. I also employ locals to clean the property. I live 2 blocks down, but maybe I'm not the best cleaner. I employ professionals, and we are providing jobs for people that live in the community. I have people also that landscape the property that live in the community. The guests that are coming, I have a minimum of 3 to 5 days. That's the normal stay. I would never want a one-day rental. And they actually patronize the local restaurants, the coffee shops, the gas station, the mini mart. I see them on the camera. The first thing that they do, they go shopping, they go buy coffee, they go buy groceries so that they can have something to actually use while they're at the property. I do think that this is a huge violation of our property rights. I started investing in Oakland Beach in 2012. Every single property I bought should have been completely demolished, zoning violations all over the place. I completely gutted and redid every property, and I rented and I maintain it. Whether it's a month-long rental, 31 days, a week, or a year, that is my property, and I should have absolute right on the length of the term that I rent it for. If this process of restricting proceeds, I'm hoping that we can be part of the conversation, and instead of restricting, maybe you want to say regulating or registering. I've already registered my property. I just hope that you will listen to people that have invested in the community and bring money to the tax base of Warwick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, will do. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dan Saffer. I am a real estate professional here in the state of Rhode Island, a small business owner here on West Shore Road, as well as an Airbnb host. So I've been involved in Airbnb for about 7 years now, over 900 reviews. You know, you take the good with the bad. I believe there should be some sort of regulation, but do I believe that it should be as strict as it is right now? I think you're going from one side of the pendulum to the other. I think, as our previous speakers have said, there should be a conversation that we are involved in. We live here. We invest in our community. I've been a real estate professional for 2 decades. I've remodeled and overseen over 400 units just in the city of Warwick. I own over 100 units currently, and I believe we should be a part of the conversation. I own West Shore Coffee Bar, which is located on West Shore Road. I've had numerous people from Airbnb come into my shop, see what's going on. And out of those people who showed up, I've had 4 of them come into the shop and say, I want to live in this city. Can you help me find some real estate? Perfect. I sold them all for a house here in our city, here where we all live, and we pay our taxes, and we want to see the best thing for this city. So what Airbnb does for our town is bring in tax revenue. It helps small businesses like myself and others that are not on Bald Hill Road, that we are not big box stores. We're small business owners. And if this bill does go through, what's the repercussions of it? As a real estate professional, I can tell you all that you're going to run into people who are going to be desperate, that need to pay those mortgages. What are they going to do? They're going to rent them out to people who may not bring the best character to our neighborhoods, to our cities, to our schools. We may be running into further issues than we're already dealing with now, because then you run into owners who are so desperate to pay their mortgage that you're going to hurt them. And then we bring the wrong people in. Like we've talked about before, the average stay is 3 to 5 days. They're here, they spend their money here, and then they leave. So what will happen if this goes through? We don't rent them out. Okay, now we're going to sell. What happens then? You're selling out of desperation. Like I said before, I'm a 2-decade real estate professional. What happens when you sell something in desperation? You sell it low. What happens then? You may not get the right person that should be in our town. So I'll recap with just saying we should be part of this solution. I believe there definitely should be some regulations, but this is going way too far. We need to be part of the solution together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
My name is Mike LaChapelle. I own 27 Wilcox Street in Oakland Beach. Local resident, grew up here, went to Oakland Beach Elementary, always held the city of Warwick to a very high standard of education, kindness. You brought to the attention on the bill that for smoke alarms, fire safety, electrical breaker panels, fire extinguishers, and then zoning to submit plans. I'm a local contractor in the area, and on the Airbnb process, on my check-in, I give you all of those locations with main water supply shut off, all shut-offs under the sink, the electrical panel, and all of our CO2 and smoke alarms are up to date. I love the reform here. I love the structure. I'm all about it. But I'd like to work with you guys. I don't know. All right, thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next up.
Hi, my name is Danelle Dubai. I'm a community nurse practitioner, and I'm from the Boston area. I relocated to Warwick last year. I bought a 2-family in Arnold's Neck, Midgley Ave, and I live in the above unit, and I renovated the bottom unit as a short-term rental. I did just include a little bit of statistics in this write-up. I got them from the 2020 U.S. Census Bureau, as well as a national website that tracks short-term rental market data. So you might know that Warwick is one of the largest cities in the state of Rhode Island with over 80,000 residents and over 35,000 households. Out of 35,000 households, only 73 of them are short-term rentals. According to 2021 market data, the percentage of short-term rentals in Warwick is only 0.2%. So Warwick, even though we might think it's a tourist city, it's really not, especially when compared to a city like Newport. Newport has only 10,000 households, and almost 1,000 of them are short-term rentals. So that's 8% of Newport. So Warwick is unique. It's 70% of Warwick is owner-occupied compared to 40% of Newport. And the high owner occupancy rate of Warwick supports that Warwick is a family city with long-term residents and not a tourist attraction. Most of my guests who have visited Warwick are not tourists, but are travelers returning home to visit loved ones, meet new grandchildren, attend memorial services, and reconnect with old friends. Because most of my travelers have called Warwick home at one point or another in their lifetime, they're looking for that when they come to visit. They're looking for a space where they can prepare a meal for their family, break bread, and catch up with their loved ones that they miss. According to short-term market data, the average Warwick short-term rental sleeps 4.7 guests. A standard hotel accommodation sleeps 2 guests. So short-term rentals in Warwick is a home away from home experience that offers the capacity to house a family visiting family. Again, I'm one of 73 short-term rentals in Warwick. The average number of guests that I have staying at my home are 3, with an average length of stay of 5 nights. This year, some of the people that I had the pleasure of meeting were Tom and Sally, whose daughter and husband moved to Warwick. They stayed for a month to spend time with their granddaughters. Michelle, a lifelong resident and nurse at Kent Hospital, who retired in Florida, came back because her daughter just had a baby. Pierre and Constance from France spent a week of quality time with their daughter, who goes to school at Brown University. Jeff and Susan grew up in Warwick and returned for a week to help their family care for their ill elderly aunt. Bobby and Jen and their daughter, originally from Warwick, returned to attend Bobby's dad's memorial service and spend time with family. Patty and Tammy grew up in Warwick and returned for Patty's ex-husband's memorial service and to visit friends. Patty realizes how much she misses Warwick and now is planning on relocating back from South Carolina. I've had several requests from neighbors in my neighborhood who want to book weeks for their family. And these are just a few of the people that I've met this year. I'm a new resident of Warwick, but through the eyes and stories of my guests, I have a deeper understanding of the special community and the bonds that Warwick creates. And I look forward to growing and becoming a part of this community. And in contrast to other big cities in Rhode Island, Warwick is a truly special place that creates that family community, which is bringing people back to visit. So again, that 0.2%, 73 households out of 35,000 in the city. Short-term rentals are few, but they're special because they offer a cozy home for a family to return, reminisce, and reconnect. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carolyn Flaska. I live at 24 Dan Street in Warwick. My mother was first generation property owner in Warwick. She owned about 14 houses. I've since come to manage those and bought 8 of my own, so I currently manage all of them. I don't do short-term rentals, but I'm here to support the idea because I have personally come across experiences where I should have probably done it to keep things alive. So I understand what a lot of people here have gone through. I came because I'm an abutting neighbor of people who have done the short-term rentals, and I've had nothing but good experiences. I've noticed that, in particular, I bought a property in Oakland Beach on the water about 5 years ago, and in embarking on a build there, I've watched other people get their permits before me and actually be able to do their build. And I've watched responsible, beautiful projects go from what was an old abandoned lot to an absolutely new, full of life, newly rented. I watched some of those go through the short-term process of the rental in the summers, and all went well. I saw happy people. They came, they went, they threw their trash out. Didn't seem like there's any problems. I really came to stand up because in the beginning there's a picture from my view being painted that there's a community that's trying to do something good. And there may have been some bad situations, and in any given situation, you're gonna have some of that. I've lived by the motto that there's no problems, only solutions, and I'm not certain that this has been worked through thoroughly to a point where you as a board, the community, the people that are in this business can have a solution at this point tonight that would be in everyone's best interest. And I think that that's an important, it's an important goal. I'm not good at public speaking, so I apologize if I'm stuttering a little. I respect the process. I ask that, myself included, because I may come to a point where I need to use the short-term rental as an avenue to stay alive in any one of the given houses that I have. And listening to some of the people come up here, we have bright, intelligent, sharp, motivated, willing to give their heart and soul to these properties, which that's what it takes in the rental business. And I ask that you be fair and don't jump to a conclusion maybe tonight. Allow there to be a committee formed amongst all of us, amongst you, maybe have a meeting of the minds. If it's a standard contract that should be implemented, and other different measures that would please the committee, please the community, the rules, the laws, just allow us the opportunity to at least, just don't shut us out as if we're all doing something wrong and this is a bad idea to have short-term rentals. I think with the proper structure, it could flourish into something beautiful. We have a coastal community. I've invested heavily into this community. I own properties on the water. It's, you go in any other community in the city and to be able to rent properties close to the coast, it does a number of good, not only for the renter, but the people who own. So it is a win-win. And if there are problems, I mean, this world, to a large degree, is built on free enterprise, and we've all embarked out for a number of different reasons how we came to this journey of being in real estate. And I would hate to see us be targeted or shut out without having the opportunity to prove that we can do good as owners in the community. And I only know a few of you. I've seen many of their faces at different meetings. I feel that we can assemble if given the right forums, and I hope you give us the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Richard Miskovich, and I reside at 79 and 83 Roosevelt Street. MISCOV as in Victor, ICH. You're welcome. And I live at 79 and 83 Roosevelt Street. They're adjacent properties. I know, and I do believe, I'm happy to be inspected. I'm happy to pay licensing fees. I think that's fine, and I don't want to speak for everyone else, but I know that a lot of people consider that the cost of doing business, just like we do with cleaning, outfitting our Airbnbs that are the best possible experience for people to come and visit, whether they're tourists or whether visiting family or sick family members. I do think, and as some other people have said, that the proximity of the homeowner to that property is an important consideration. I live right next door, so I consider that I occupy both of those properties. I do the landscaping, so it's in conjunction. I clean them, I can see them, and in fact, I often stay at my Airbnb. I work at Johnson & Wales. I'm a published cookbook author. I'm able to do product development in one. I have a library in one. I go back and forth. When my elderly mother comes, she stays in the Airbnb because she can't go up the stairs in my other house. So I think that's really something to look at. I don't think anyone wants people from China owning all the short-term rentals in Warwick. But there are a lot of dedicated people who are trying to make the city a nicer place for people to come and visit. We've heard like our own opinions, but I just also want to just say a couple of, speak for the people who've stayed with us. And I have some quotes. I'm fairly new to this, a year and a half. I have 66 reviews. They're all 5-star reviews, but it is gratifying to see people come either because they've lived here before or they're seeing a grandchild or because they just want to go and vacation somewhere. I myself, when I vacation, my girlfriend and I, we find an Airbnb. If there's not an Airbnb in that community, we go to another community because that's the type of environment that we want to stay in. So these are the things that people say. Absolutely lovely home, very clean, located on a quiet traffic street. It's a 15-minute walk into the village with cafes, restaurants, ice cream spot, and small shops. It's close to the lovely Patuxent Village. You can walk there in 10 minutes and have a delicious crepe at Crepe Corner. I'll also say there's no hotel within walking distance of Patuxent Village and probably a lot of other communities that people have Airbnbs in too. The location is great for walking into the village and finding places to eat. Beautiful location to walk near the cove and view the boats and grand homes. We walked into the village a few times, which took about 10 to 15 minutes. Very cute area with good options for dining and cute shops to walk around. I like walking in the village too, but I can't go out and eat lunch there every day. I'll get an egg sandwich on the way to work, but I'm not going out when people just like these people are. My husband felt it was the nicest Airbnb we ever stayed at. Location of the home was convenient to shopping, dining, and beaches, parks for outdoor activities. Richard's guidebook gave us a very good sense of what restaurants were in the area. But I also want to point out, as one other gentleman said, that we screen these people. Airbnb screens them, other platforms screen them, but we do that too because we don't want people just coming in and not being a reliable guest. Here's an example. This was in April of 22. We're a family who live off a nearby street. That was all. They're putting a reservation request. And I said, hi, thanks for checking out my listing. Always glad to meet new neighbors. What brings you over to Roosevelt Street? Airbnb's terms of service prevents third-party bookings. Since you're one street over, I have to make sure that you'll be staying and not booking it for other family members or friends. Also, please confirm you agree with the house rules, including that there can be no parties. I know that seems official, but I just want to make sure I follow the Airbnb guidelines and keep our neighborhood safe and quiet. Thanks, and please let me know. A couple minutes later, they canceled that reservation. And so I was glad I screened them. I would rather have it be empty than have someone having a party. I also have in my description that I live right next door, just as a kind of, notice that I can see you. And I respect people's privacy, but I make myself known and they can see me. And if I have a hot water problem, I did this week, I was able to fix that in one day because I have my plumber who's in here, who lives in Warwick, come and fix that for me. So really my concerns are really having adjacent or very close proximity homeowners, thinking about how this affects the local economy, and continuing to build Warwick for a place for people that want to come and stay. Thanks for your time.
Good evening. My name is Nadine Stenovich. I'm a superhost. I'm a Warwick constituent, and my residence is in Buttonwoods. Not so close. I'll begin again. Good evening. My name is Nadine Stenovich. I am a Warwick constituent living in 9 Andrew Comstock Road in Buttonwoods, Rhode Island. I have recently relocated to Rhode Island after living in many states. This is my true home. Thank you, Mayor Picozzi, and all the council members for being here this evening. As an Airbnb superhost, one of the most important things for me is respect. Respect for my city, respect for my guests, but most importantly, respect for my neighbors. The very first thing I did before I started the Airbnb in Sagamore in Oakland Beach is I went to all of my neighbors. Don to my left, Auntie Lisa across the street, Eric and Jen, and Billy. I told them what I was going to do, and I assured them that the kind of people, the guests I would have, would be quality guests. I gave them my phone number, and I told them, if you ever have a problem, call me. I am literally 7 minutes away, probably 5 minutes if I kayak. The only time I have ever received a phone call was when Eric called me to tell me one of your guests is smoking on your porch. That is the only, I guess if you could call it, complaint I had, which he was looking out for me. And that is one of the things in our neighborhood, is that we all look out for each other. When I come into a community, the most important thing for me is to really get involved in my community and to make it a better community and then share it with others. The second thing is helping local businesses. I refer all my guests to a variety of local businesses, from nostalgic Iggy's to Parky's Ice Cream to Divine's, one of my favorite Italian restaurants, the Beach Cafe, Tommy's Clam Shack, Dockside, Lemon Laundry. There's many more. I could go on and on and on, but I don't want to take up the whole time. Along with St. Rita's Church and the First Congregational Church. Many guests ask me for a local church. I want you to consider a bigger picture of all the families who actually use Airbnb. Like someone had mentioned before, there are families who have children and they can't afford to rent 2 or 3 hotel rooms. And on top of that, 3 square meals a day for all these children out at restaurants. It's a big expense. So we've given these families an opportunity to have a true family vacation at a modest rate where they're able to afford more experiences in the neighborhood. Each one of my guests, I take care of like family. And I'd just like to read a few things that some of my guests have written. Thank you so very much for a lovely stay. We truly enjoyed ourselves and our children had a great time at Vacation Home. We love your charming home and all you did to make it wonderful for our children. The Whitted family. Thank you for accommodating last-minute changes and allowing this COVID-stained RN and PA with 2 high-need toddlers, 2 and 2.5, a safe and reliable place to escape the world. Additional thanks for the Whalers Rise. I do incorporate some local foods and drinks in my Airbnb so people can become familiar with them. We hope the completion of the season goes well. We will love to return if able. Please send apologies to the neighbors if the kiddos' screams kept them awake. Thank you so much for sharing your lovely home. We had a wonderful time and made loads of memories with our children and grandchildren. Thank you for all the extras you did to make our stay so enjoyable. We would definitely love to come back. This has to be by far the best place we have stayed. We loved this place. Every thoughtful detail warmed our hearts. It was a difficult time of family loss, and it was comforting to be surrounded by beautiful pieces in your home, fond memories of our childhood, and a great place to gather around together a big table. Thank you for the wonderful home away from home. The neighborhood was also charming. When Grandpa is 91, going on 92, these little vacations mean so much. He, for the first time in a long time, got out and participated in a historical tour and a trip to the Biomes Aquarium. Then, 53rd anniversary dessert for breakfast from a local bakery. Thanks for the memories. These are just some of the many. We keep a guest log, and they all write in. We take pride in our home, my husband and I, all of our properties. We have a couple long-term houses also on Long Beach. And Airbnb itself is an amazing regulator, protecting both the host and the guests. Behavior by all is posted on the site. I do my own due diligence, and I read any guest who wants to stay at my property. I choose the guest. If they don't agree to my rules, they don't get to stay in my home. We have made it a very special place. And I respect my guests, they respect me, and we all respect my neighbors. I have superhost status because I have respect. Because if the electricity went out, as it did, I was there in 7 minutes with my electrician, and National Grid was in there in 15 minutes. And we resolved the situation. This summer, we had an extraordinary heat wave. I ran to Ocean State Job Lot immediately and bought 2 additional air conditioners for them. There are already 2 in the property. Since COVID, we were told we needed to do a super clean. They installed a 24-hour period between guests. I keep that 24-hour period for cleaning to make sure it is absolutely spotless. I do most of it myself, and I also hire a local girl. Airbnb has given everyone an opportunity to make a better life, both as a host or even an Airbnb experience host. It has given people an opportunity to grow, to share, to become a true community. I oppose this ordinance as written and would be honored to be involved in the ratification. Thank you for your time. And if you haven't used Airbnb before, I suggest you take a look at the website. You can read all of our reviews. You can see what kind of community it is on Airbnb. When I travel, I use Airbnb. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Diane Costa. I live at 175 Suburban Parkway. This is going to be short. I am a neighbor to an Airbnb. And I have to tell you that when I first heard of it, I was kind of wary. But in the last year, it's so controlled. I've never had an issue, ever. The people that go into these Airbnbs are screened. And actually, I've actually made friends. I mean, my house abuts hers. And it's just, I have never had an issue. And the people are just great that stay there. And I honestly think it's because of the screening process. But I oppose. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Greer Gagner. I manage a short-term rental property at 11 Spring Garden in Warwick. I'm a URI graduate and I've lived in Patuxent Village for 10 years now. And I've co-owned and managed short-term rentals in the village since 2018. Right now we have 4 short-term rentals that I manage. I live 1 mile away or less from all of them, including the one in Warwick. I owner occupied one of them in 2018 when I first started. In 2019, I moved out and we also added the second floor to that rental. I can confidently say that there's been no difference in my response rate since I used to run upstairs to answer the guest questions or any issues, or I'm running down the street to do it now. I wanted to address the reason that's stated by the city for this ordinance. To quote directly from the proposed ordinance, they are the source of noise, congestion, pollution, and disorderly behavior. They have produced unreasonable disturbances of the peace, and they are inconsistent. Sorry? Yeah, sorry. Okay. Congestion, pollution, and disorderly behavior. They have produced unreasonable disturbances of the peace, and they are inconsistent with the public health and safety and general welfare of the people. I submitted a FOIA request to the City of Warwick on November 10th in order to receive the information from the appropriate departments of the city that document these complaints and violations. Earlier today, I received the response from the city clerk. Thank you. What I received is that the building and zoning department and the planning department, there are no responsive documents that exist. The Warwick Police Department does not classify ownership of dwellings when responding to these noise complaints, so no responsive documents exist. The only information received was from the Property Maintenance Department, which contains a list of 11 total complaints for the last 2 years. Of these, only 3 properties are active non-owner occupied short-term rentals on Airbnb or VRBO. 2 were formally listed as short-term rentals. There is no documentation as to what these complaints are or what the violation is, or if any of these complaints have come from the same person. The information that I've received from the city does not support the basis for the proposed ordinance. Over the last few weeks, I've spoken with over 20 short-term rental hosts. A lot of them are here tonight. The information that I've received regarding their listings and how they run their properties has only been positive. I speak for the great majority of the Warwick hosts who have wonderful relationships with all of their neighbors, who work hard to responsibly rent their property, and who have a vested interest in this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey folks, my name's David Sepulveda, resident Smithfield, Rhode Island. My wife and I began investing in this city in 2019. Since then, we've grown to love the community, and so not to beat a dead horse, what I did want to discuss that I think what sticks out to me here is the fact that the way that Airbnb or VRBO works, It's basically merit-based, and you're on a chopping block. And if you aren't providing a clean, safe, enjoyable environment for not only your guests, but also the people in the community, then it's not going to last very long at all. It's only a matter of time before people just don't book you. So I think the idea that a non-owner occupied property is any less maintained or repaired or is any more of a danger than someone that actually lives in the property, I think that idea is unfounded. So that's pretty much what I had to say. I don't think that that you're going to find any instance where there is someone who has invested their time and their money in any project, and they're just going to let it fall by the wayside and let it go, let it go to hell. So that's really it. Thank you guys for your time, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gerald Galashaw. I have a little bit of a hard time public speaking as I have COPD. Okay, so I'll try and make this short. I've been a host and co-host for 7 years. I've managed 7 properties in 5 different communities. We've had over 2,000 guests throughout those properties. In all that time, we have had 2 issues which were resolved within about 15 minutes. Okay, I employ both the Minute device and Ring cameras on my properties so that I always know what's going on. I get notifications if the decibels go above 75 dB for more than 10 minutes. Right? I'm very responsive to my neighbors. As a matter of fact, my neighbors rent property from me on a regular basis. Since I moved into Warwick, Donna will tell you, I have been very active in the Oakland Beach Community Association they have there. I made sure I could know everything I could about this community. It's a community that I've had my eye on for years, and this is a house that my wife and I enjoy during the summer, as well as renting it out. I screen my guests, everyone. I make this a point because I invested over $400,000 into the house that I have here. I didn't do that to get it ruined by a party. Okay. I had reached out to Tom since June and asked him to be part of this process. And I reached out to Mr. LaDusa about a month ago and asked him to be part of this process. I feel that we're being targeted simply because we're not owner occupied. You can't give one segment of the community the right to do something and alienate another. That's against the 14th Amendment. So I'm going to ask you to please redo this. Let us be part of it. Hear our voice and let us work with you to make a better, stronger relationship for everybody. That's it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Johnny Littlefield, and I live at 9 Andrew Comstock in Buttonwoods. And I'm just going to reiterate everything they said. I completely agree and I concur. One thing I would add is there are a lot of families that we've hosted that are actually thinking about moving to Warwick. And it's absolutely impossible to immerse yourself in a neighborhood, immerse yourself in a community by staying at a hotel with a view of the airport. It's just impossible. They use Airbnb to pick communities, live there for 3 to 5 days, get a sense of the community, get a sense of the people, get a sense of the cuisine. Yes, there is a cuisine, because I didn't know what a soggy was until I moved here. And they're delicious. So it's truly important because there are people that actually want to move here. They want to live here. And in order to experience Warwick, they want to immerse themselves. And Airbnb is the perfect way to do that. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here that would like to speak against this ordinance? Go ahead, sir.
My name's John Kessler, 777 Love Lane. My situation is different than all the other people that you've been hearing from. Our house at the corner of Love Lane and Division Street was first built by the son of the founder of the city of Warwick in 1680. So I'm 11th generation in that old house. And we have never rented it out, but we're struggling to try to figure out how we can hold it all in the family, given that the family over a period of years has spread out around the country. So we've consulted with a number of organizations, including Preserve Rhode Island and an organization called Landmark Trust, which is in the business of doing short-term rentals in this country, but also all over Europe. And there's a considerable market for people who are interested in staying in old houses. Who knew? So we've explored that possibility. We don't know whether we'll ever do short-term rentals, but we're very concerned that if you adopt a strict owner occupancy requirement, that even though we use the house, we may not be able to meet the requirement, whatever it may turn out to be. So I've submitted an amendment to the ordinance that I hope you'll consider for an exception to the owner occupancy requirement for properties that are listed on the state and national register of historic places. Our house is, again, was built in 1680. It's been the home of 2 governors of Rhode Island, a United States senator, a lieutenant governor. General Nathaniel Greene was married in our house. Benjamin Franklin used to come to visit. It's the kind of place that needs to be preserved, but it's very hard for a family over a period of hundreds of years to hold it all together. So I'm hoping that you'll consider, in the context of all the rest of this, I'm very sympathetic to all the people who have invested money in buying properties to do short-term rentals. I'm sort of the opposite. But on the other hand, I'd be categorized in the same category as the people in China who bought something to rent it out. So I hope you'll consider not only what all of these people have said to you, but also the need to protect historic properties in Warwick. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak against this ordinance? Is there anyone that would like to speak against this ordinance? Is there anyone that would like to be heard on this ordinance? Come on up, sir.
My name is Robert Byrne. I live at 20 Seabreeze Lane. My wife spoke earlier. I appreciate everything I've been hearing. I've been listening quite intently about the rules and regulations that Airbnb seems to attach to, being able to have, that the people who are renting the property need to follow in order to be able to rent through Airbnb. What I don't know, and this is a question, I don't have an answer for it. I just want to raise the issue of the ordinance, as far as I understand it, would apply to short-term rentals, regardless of whether it's on a platform or somebody advertises in the newspaper or some other means of word of mouth or whatever the means of communication might be. So however you might restructure this, it sounds like that's maybe where this is headed. I don't know for sure. But I think that's something that needs to be considered, is whether or not, somebody renting a property has some other authority to answer to, or they have to meet certain guidelines through some other agency that they wouldn't, if they do it on their own, they could do whatever they want. So I just want that to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up this is just for anything on the record.
Good evening. Is it okay? My name is Jeremy Landro. I live in Ward 5, 35 Fairhaven. I meant to come. I was doing dishes when this started, so I missed the first part to speak to being an approval. So is it okay if I speak to that? Okay, thank you. I just don't want to break any rules. Yeah, there's dishes, there's laundry, right? Um, every time I have used an Airbnb, the owner has been there. Whether it's been in Seattle or Nova Scotia, it's been an owner-occupied property. So I think for me, that is the most perplexing part of this conversation tonight. I don't own multiple properties. I own one house. We will not make extensive repairs tomorrow. They'll be done in the next 20 to 30 years as our kids go to Warwick Neck and Warwick Vets and all those kinds of things. You know, and just listen to the conversation today, whether or not a person has great reviews is not really relevant to the question of what is the economic priority here, right? The economic priority here is making sure that families can afford to live and work, from my perspective. And we know from studies done, from faculty from the University of Denver, the University of Arizona, Carnegie Mellon, Purdue, that properties that have that are not owner-occupied in our short-term rentals increase economic inequality, and they increase rents, especially for low-income families. That's research that's been done. It's available. You don't have to be logged into a university library to find it. So I appreciate the council bringing this up today. I apologize again for coming here at this point to say this. I just got in the car and, you know, turned the YouTube on, turned YouTube on the way down. Because at the end of the day, when I think about economics, right, I think about the economics of my family, which is here doing the work, coaching the soccer teams, being on the PTA, right? And that's, you know, maybe that's an economic cost, which is hard to quantify, but I think it nonetheless has to be a part of the question of when we can't just throw around, you know, what's good for economics and taxes, right? We have to look at the whole picture of what that means. And my last point would be that, and I'm not saying things well, so I do apologize. I think we have to balance the needs of our personal individual rights, which we certainly have, with the needs of our community. And in so much as the Constitution protects those individual rights, it also very clearly lays out commitments that we have to each other, right? And commitments we have to our community. So I apologize for not coming at the appropriate time. Thank you for, I do appreciate all the conversation we've heard tonight, and thank you.
Thank you. Next up.
Hi, I'm Deb Shatley. I live at 278 Seaview. I have 6 rental units. One of those is in Warwick, but it is not an Airbnb. I walk on Seaview to the beach every morning. I pass 3 Airbnbs. This summer, I had the opportunity to meet some of the guests that were there. Everybody seemed respectful. There was never a lot of cars. It didn't look like they were having parties. They were just like regular people, average people, you know, just, you know, having a little vacation at the beach. So I've had no issues with any of the Airbnbs. That's all.
Is there anyone else that would like to be heard on PCO 4-22? Is there anyone else that would like to be heard? Yep, go right ahead.
I'd like to just say one more thing. I know I had the opportunity to speak. After carefully, my name is Carol Ann Falaska. After listening to everyone speak and stories, Um, and really trying to be biased to both sides of this. I don't want it to be perceived that there's a large group of people that are out here strictly for the money. Because I'm a second generation, and I know a great many of people that rent, just like any other profession, most people are in it for the passion of it. You wake up knowing you're doing something that's gratifying, something that's giving. And although we come here initially because of the issue at hand, we have not been able to really assemble and allow you to get to know us as a community of homeowners. We wake up with the desire to give a beautiful experience, a warm home, a nice view, a safe haven. And most of us are probably more driven knowing that we're providing housing than the almighty dollar. Because in this business, a lot of times it's a struggle. So I ask the committee to take that into consideration, that this isn't us as a group out here trying to make money with Airbnb and be absent landlords. We actually are a very responsible group of people, and we've been fighting to make the community better. And once again, I hope that you allow us the opportunity to assemble and work together with you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else would like to speak on PCO 4-22? Anyone else? Okay, we're looking for a motion to close the public hearing, then we'll go back into comments from members of the council. Councilman Foley? Second by Councilman Lattiser. All in favor to close the public hearing, say aye. Aye. Thank you. All right, so now we're back in the full council meeting. Before I go back to the sponsors, I just want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I thought that was an excellent public hearing. Everyone was very respectful. Great examples coming up and explaining your situation. It's just very impressive this evening. And a couple of people said that they're not great public speakers. Everyone that got up there was excellent, so I was very impressed. So. The two sponsors, I'm going to ask if they would like to speak first. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. And also thank you to everyone that came here and spoke this evening, both in favor and in opposition or neutral. So it's on. So we've heard a lot of testimony this evening. And the majority of the testimony has focused around owner-occupied. It's talked about a lot of things. So I'm going to set the owner-occupied aside for a moment, because we do need some time to consider all of the concerns and comments that were made. However, make no bones about it, this is a business. And businesses are regulated, they are controlled, they have requirements. And because I buy a business doesn't mean I can do whatever I please. There are rules and regulations, there are zoning regulations, et cetera, et cetera. All of these things apply. You can buy your own personal residence and you can't just build a shed where you please and put it where you please, because there's rules and regulations in place. So this is about business. And I know a little bit about business. I've been in business for over 40 years. The concerns that have been portrayed to me this evening are some that I haven't even considered, to be honest with you. One of the comments was that Airbnb security has all these regulations in place. They require IDs, they require documentations, et cetera, et cetera. That's Airbnb. I don't know, because no one has said anything here this evening, whether or not owner-occupied or non-owner occupied see the copies of those IDs, particularly if it's non-owner occupied. If you're living in Boston, or you're living in Connecticut, or you're living in Smithfield, or wherever you happen to be living other than that house, do you, as the owner of that business, require the same IDs, the same documentation, the same proofs that Airbnb has? Just because I submit these documents to Airbnb through whatever mechanism I do, that doesn't mean I'm showing up at that house. How do you know if I'm the one that sent in those documents? We spoke, or I should say people spoke about have to tear up your yard for parking. That's part of doing business. If you open up an office, a beauty salon, a doctor's office, a dentist's office, a construction company, you have to have a certain amount of parking spaces. So if you want to be in the business world, you have to apply by the same rules and regulations as everyone else in business does. And one of those happens to be a certain amount of required parking. Another is certain amount of occupancy in that particular house. We heard from folks tonight that we take care of our properties because we have contractors come in and do repairs, because we have electricians and plumbers do repairs. I didn't hear anyone say that they get proof that these contractors are licensed or insured. And all of you on the city council, you all know I'm very familiar with that, because I was the vice chair / chair of the Contractors Registration Board for 24 years. So I know many of the contractors that are out there that were registered, were revoked, were suspended, were re-registered again for a whole host of issues. The average homeowner, property owner, oftentimes don't realize they need to have licensed, registered, insured contractors. They don't ask for certificates of insurance. They don't take out permits. Contractors can say they're a contractor and go take care of whatever problems occur on owner or non-owner occupied properties or their own properties. Doesn't mean that they're registered or insured. Insured doesn't mean that they're getting building permits. And if you doubt me, we got the building official sitting right there who'll be more than happy to comment on that, I'm sure. So the issue here is much deeper than what one would assume. We've also heard that I hire a local girl to come in and clean the properties after someone leaves. I didn't just throw out that term, that's what was testified. This brings in another question. The people that are being hired to do the landscaping, to do the cleaning, to do these repairs, particularly the cleaning, who's paying the taxes? Who's paying the workers' comp? If you hire someone in the state of Rhode Island, you are required under the state law to provide workers' compensation for that employee. If they are not an employee, then they're a subcontractor. And if they're a subcontractor, they're required to be registered with the Department of Labor and Training. They're required to have liability insurance. It is about business. Trash disposal. If you are a business entity in the city of Warwick, the city of Warwick doesn't come in and pick up your recyclables and pick up your trash. You have to have your own dumpster for your trash and for your recyclables, etc. Short-term rentals are a business. And currently, the taxpayers in the city of Warwick, the folks that live in the city of Warwick and are paying the taxes, are also paying for the costs of providing those services to the local businesses, which is picking up your recyclables, picking up your trash. I'm not anti-short-term rentals. And everyone in this, let me back up, everyone on the city council knows I have always been a very pro-business elected official. I've been a pro-housing elected official. We heard testimony that there are 76 short-term rentals that we know of in the city of Warwick. That's 76 homes that cannot be occupied by individual families. We know we have a housing crisis, so you can't have this both ways. If you're going to be in business, then you need to play by the rules that everyone else plays by. We have issues with sidewalks. That comes up all the time. Sidewalks. I want sidewalks. I want a sidewalk. But then when you get them, nobody wants to shovel them. So if you are running a short-term rental, you are running a business, and you have a sidewalk in front of your property, who's shoveling it? I hear everyone's comments about owner-occupied and their concerns about owner-occupied. We've heard some alternatives to staying strictly owner-occupied. My feeling this evening is to take all of these comments that have been made this evening, pro, con, or just a neutral comment. I would like to have an opportunity to revisit and do more in-depth looks at this legislation. Not just from the owner-occupied perspective, but from the other things that were mentioned this evening that I hadn't considered. So, Mr. President, I will yield the floor to any of my colleagues who would like to speak, but my intent is, once my colleagues have had that opportunity, and given the extensive discussions that we've had this evening, all very good discussions, my intent is to make a motion to hold this until the second meeting in December to give us more opportunity to disseminate everything that has been discussed this evening, to revisit the owner-occupied language. We may decide to keep it all together, may decide to amend it, may decide to pull it out. But I think we owe it to ourselves and we owe it to the community that sat here for 3 hours this evening to get their opinions heard. And for those reasons, that would be my intent. But I'll yield to the floor. Thank you.
Thank you. Look at that, perfect timing.
I beat you.
Councilwoman Travis.
Thank you. Don't mind me, I got a little scratchy throat. I also want to thank everyone who came out and speak, and I think with council too for listening to you. And I understand everything you're saying, but I see it both ways too. And like saying we work together, I think that's a good idea. But I do also have to say I listened to Councilman Lattisaw about businesses. I think about the hotels and people that are not going to the hotels because they're going to the Airbnb because it's probably nicer and comfortable for them, and I agree with that. But the council people know that the hotels gives us hotel tax money, which we use for the nonprofit stuff. And so there's a good and there's a bad part of that. But I think we should revisit it. I think some good points were brought up about the things that have been done, especially the screening. But, you know, you're here because you don't want us to do some of this. We got phone calls from people that are against it. And they're telling us different stories, but they don't want to be here because they don't want to talk and have someone say, oh, so-and-so said this and so-and-so said that. But they're questioning and arguing about some things. But it's only fair that we listen to everybody. But I also will agree, I'll second that. But I don't know if anybody else wants to talk. But thank you, and thank everyone for coming out.
Excuse me, sir. Excuse me. Councilman Sinapi.
So I'm glad we are going to hold it because there are a lot of issues, some of which are not nice and clean or easy by any means, especially the owner-occupied scenario. Although a few people who testified mentioned the concept of like a nearby landlord or a nearby resident landlord, which I like the idea of, and I see other communities having done it. But it is important to note that we do get calls from others. I've lost track of the number of constituents that have called or emailed in the past year or two in particular who have been pushed out or are being pushed out of their rentals because they no longer can afford it as the prices go up. And that's a difficult conversation because they don't know why you can't help and they don't know who can. And when you then have houses that are being used solely for short-term rentals, and you know that these people elsewhere exist where they now are basically being made homeless because they can't occupy residents due to just whether it be prices have gone up or the shortage, it is difficult. That being said, there's no doubt that the short-term rentals have benefits like the revitalization of derelict properties. That's huge. To go from either an empty lot or just a dilapidated house to just something like brand new, that's phenomenal for everybody. So there's definitely two sides to it. And I think, I don't think banning short-term rentals is a solution. And it seems pretty clear based on everyone that's testified that owner-occupied or something so stringent as just owner-occupied doesn't necessarily make sense. But it also doesn't make sense to let it run willy-nilly and hurt the community as a whole, especially those who can't otherwise afford things. And I know that's a distant reality for many of us here, especially you all, I imagine. But unfortunately, it is the reality for some. And we just want to make sure we can kind of thread the needle as best we can. And thank you for the testimony because it was very helpful for me. I don't own rental property. I'm clueless other than what you have told me and what I can research online. So I appreciate it.
We're going right down the line here.
Yeah,
Councilman,
sure. Thank you.
Gephardt.
Thank you. Yeah, no, a big thank you to everyone who came out and provided testimony tonight. I think, while short-term rentals and the platforms that support them have been out
for a number of years. Not everyone has experience with them. So part of this is an educational process to help folks understand. We tend to only get the calls when there's a problematic short-term rental. And, you know, for anyone who may have experienced an issue, I know none of you have, but others have. And I know that I had some constituents who are here who have gone down the short-term rental and did have an issue. And you may be familiar that the current zoning in the city outlaws all short-term rentals. And so if you do have an issue, you will undoubtedly receive a cease and desist from the building department, which shuts down your opportunity to continue that. So just by the essence of you not having received that is good evidence that you're all currently doing a good job. I support what many of my colleagues said here tonight, and that and what many of you said, which is that it's good that we are opening up this conversation. And I know that with a proposal on the table, it causes stress to folks who have investments who don't know what the outcome's going to be. But I think this is the beginning of the conversation. I think your input tonight goes a long way to helping us, you know, as a body, form our opinions. Something that comes up often is, you know, we aren't because we are part of a body, we are not able to go have a meeting among the 9 of us and talk about this and pass ideas back and forth, right? We have to do this in an open forum. So this is really the first time that the 9 of us have had this conversation and have had the opportunity to hear both the pros and the cons from the public in this kind of forum. So I look at this as step 1. And I think there's a lot of room for improvement over the current state, which is not allowed at all, over the current proposal, which is just owner occupied. And you know, what the future holds is kind of a matter of the input that we get, how creative we want to be, how we work with the planning department and with the other council people here. And I think that in the end, we can come up with something that works for the community, that works for property owners, that works for your neighbors, and that to the point that many of you raised, you know, that opens up Warwick's communities for family members, for guests, for people who are considering moving to the city, to have the opportunity to come and stay and enjoy and participate in our economy. So I look forward to, you know, if this is held, I look forward to working on it in between, and look forward to coming up with something that works for as many of our interested parties as we can. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I will keep this short. I appreciate Councilman Lattiser stating that he's going to hold this for further review, because as written now, hearing the testimony, I couldn't support it. However, if there's one thing that, you know, I took out of this is that people want to be part of the conversation. And I agree with what Councilman Gebhardt said. The conversation has started, so I appreciate that. The 2 big challenges I got from all the discussion and the statements was, and especially from our own research. So I'll state a few things on the record, and I promise I'll be less than 2 minutes, and something I hope that the rest of us, knowing that it's going to be held, is my research speaking to the chief of police. There's in his records, that's right, we also got an email from it. He has only 17 known Airbnbs, short-term rentals in the city. The statement was, there was a statement made this evening that there were 72. So if we get anything out of this that could be amended to it, would be a city registry. We have to have an idea. And the second thing is, and this guy goes on what Councilman Lattiser said, we have to move into a 21st century. Granted, it's a business, but it's a 21st century business. So with the registry, I think we can address some of the issues that we have. Obviously moving forward, we can really hone in on some of the things that were brought up, the concerns. So with that said, I'm going to withhold any other comments I may have for the future. But those are the two main things I'm going to look at. And I'd just like to end it by saying, I, for one, heard of Airbnb. I never paid attention to Airbnb. I've never stayed at an Airbnb. I never thought to look up Airbnb. Boy, I got some homework to do. So that's where I'm going next. I thank you all for coming in, the pros and the cons. And I had no idea that there were so many in the city, and I'm looking forward to learning about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, Council President, fellow members of the City Council, and thank you to all the members of the public who came out, testified, and are otherwise staying here past 10 o'clock at night. So I'm usually the one, or one of the ones on the City Council who is reminding members of the public that we in this United States of America have a document called the Constitution, and that Constitution provides for life, liberty, and property. So this is a little bit off the beaten path for me, because as I often look at zoning ordinances and zoning regulations, I often see those as, what are we doing here? This is too restrictive. Why is it that I own a piece of property, let's say hypothetically a piece of property, there's no house on it, it completely complies with the current zoning, except I want to build a duplex on that property. Well, if I want to build a duplex, even if all the dimensions conform, so on and so forth, even if it's in a neighborhood with plenty of duplexes in it, I have to go and get a variance or a special use permit or the like just to build a duplex on my own property. So I think that sometimes zoning ordinances can go a little bit too far. In this instance, I really do think that we need to do something through the zoning ordinance so that we strike a balance between those who are running a business in a neighborhood and protecting the interests of their neighbors. So a lot of the time, everything can go very smoothly. I imagine that we have a lot of people who have 4.9 plus stars, 5.0 stars, or close to it, super hosts. Sounds like everything is going very smoothly. On the other hand, what we don't hear about is necessarily some of these different instances where things are going badly. And when it's not someone or in a situation where it's owner occupied, it does take on that bit of a flavor of being more of a commercial business. And here we are then with a business on a piece of property that is zoned residential. A little bit contrary to the zoning laws right there. And I can point to a number of different examples I've run across over the years where in my neighborhood, in my ward, I have neighbors coming to me and letting me know, hey, we've got someone who's basically running a mechanics shop out of their house, out of their own home garage. We've got somebody running a landscaping operation out of their house. Every morning, 6 a.m., you have a half dozen people driving up. They leave their cars in the neighborhood, and then they pile into a truck, and they all head out from that house. Or you have people working on cars, not their own cars, customers' cars, in their own driveway. Well, in Warwick, you can't do that. And that sort of thing, it does become a nuisance to the neighbors. And so we've had to handle those situations. Now, another situation, not involving Airbnb, but homes for sober living, without getting into all the gory details and naming names from a situation that happened 10 years ago. I'm just giving a situation where capitalism doesn't necessarily solve its own problems in a way that's acceptable for a neighborhood. So there was I'm going to call it a business model, even though this involved a nonprofit. It involved an organization, registered nonprofit, bought 4 houses in the neighborhood I grew up in, neighborhood I live in and represent now. And the business model was basically, let's put 2 adults per bedroom into each of the bedrooms of each of these houses. We're conforming with all of the ordinances and restrictions, and we can't be discriminated against because we're helping people who are recovering and therefore protected by the ADA. So it was in complete conformance with zoning and the like, to the extent that they were able to get reasonable accommodations that had to be granted under the ADA. Well, it ended up working out in a certain way that that business model wasn't there for very long, but along the way, that nonprofit only stopped its operations in the neighborhood and sold those 4 houses it bought up because neighbors had to keep complaining about syringes being found around the properties. Neighbors were finding people and having to call the police because they were finding people who were blacked out on lawns.
Councilman, we got to keep it just
Sure.
on this PCL.
And finally, one of the houses caught fire. So then that irresponsible business owner decided to cut their losses and sell the properties. So what I'm getting at is that, maybe sometimes it's good to have a permitting process in place before the bad things happen instead of waiting until the bad things happen. And then the responsible business owners are able to have that permit. And by having a permit, that's also going to help to stop those irresponsible business owners from trying to come on in and undercut and allow all of these bad things to happen to the neighborhood. That gives the good business owners a bad name. And excuse me, I welcome a further conversation. I think that we can improve this in many ways. And I think that with these conversations, we're going to be able to craft something that works for everyone. And by the way, the current proposal, it would not be an absolute bar for non-owner occupied. Instead, it would require a special use permit. So it's not an absolute bar, but I would certainly be open-minded to considering perhaps a different set of requirements for non-owner occupied that at the same time may not necessarily require the special process of a special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Foley.
Thank you. Again, thank you to all the people who came out tonight. Unlike Councilman Howell, I have experience with Airbnbs. I've traveled and I use them extensively. They are a home away from home. And I've been in owner-occupied and non-owner-occupied. And I've had nothing but good experiences. That being said, one of the constituent of mine who owns Airbnbs in my ward gave me a copy of Middletown's regulations that I would like to share with the council president and then the other members. I'm sure the sponsors of this bill have looked into, but since I have a hard copy here with me, I'd like to share that before the end of the night. And I agree with Councilman Lattiser that further study needs to be done on this. It's a great first step. And again, I said this about a year and a half ago with the solar ordinance. To me, this is what good government is. An open forum, we exchange ideas, and we come to some type of consensus that moves this forward. Thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Councilman. Any additional questions for members of the council? Councilman Lannis, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Before I make the motion, I do want to point out that there already is a registry requirement in this particular ordinance that we're looking at. There's filing date requirements, there's permit registrations, there's those things that are already in there. My takeaway this evening is the major concern is owner occupied. And I thank everyone for bringing all of your comments out and for presenting all the reasons why you feel owner occupied is too stringent. And I'm more than happy to delve into this a little bit deeper and work with my colleagues and come up with something that kind of meets everybody halfway. With that said, Mr. President, I'd make a motion that we hold this item PC 04-22 till the second meeting in December.
Second by Councilman Travis, Councilman Gephardt, Councilman Snappy, Councilman Foley, Councilman Ricks. Any questions on this?
I'd just like to make a suggestion on the hold date, just given that the second meeting in December is a couple days before Christmas. Would you consider holding it into January?
We have a
Actually,
solicitor can comment on that.
There you go. I had considered it.
So as we're amending the zoning ordinance, there are certain state protocols that have to follow within the timeline of the public hearing. So we have a window of time to get this done, make any amendments, or restart the entire process again. So if it goes beyond 45 days from the public hearing, we would have to restart the whole process again. So if we wanted to attempt making amendments and seeing if we can conclude within that timeline, I would recommend holding it. If it's something that we don't want to try and fix within the short run, it would be, the time will lapse and we'll be starting over.
So the option would be, we could hold it for the December meeting, and then if we're not ready to move it forward, we could withdraw it at that time.
Holding to a subsequent meeting within the 45-day timeline gives this body the option to conclude to some decision. So that's the decision you need to make on the timing of the hold.
So there's been a motion and a second. Any other questions on the amendment to hold? So again, this would be to hold to the second meeting in December.
Correct.
And then at that time, if we're not ready to move forward, we'd have to take some additional actions. But this will just keep the process moving forward at this time, and we'll see where we're at in a month. All set? No, I'm sorry, sir. The clerk will call the roll to hold until the second meeting in December.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Ladisa?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes to hold till 12:19.
Okay, the motion is to hold till 12:19. Thank you. At this time, I will ask if we can have a 5-minute recess. Councilman Howe, will you make that motion?
Favorable action on the motion for 5-minute recess.
Second by Councilman Foley. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're in recess. Thank you. Excuse me, we still have a number of things to address for the council meeting, so we're going to restart the council meeting at this time. So. Okay, thank you. So we are now back in the full council meeting. So we have done roll call, we've done the salute to the flag, we've done general communications, we heard from our special guests from the Warwick Neck PTA, we did executive communications. We're now moving on to A, the acceptance from the minutes of the council meeting held on, they are not there. Okay, so we are now moving to public comment, Rule 41. And there's a sign-up sheet if anyone else would like to sign up at this time. There's no minutes. Yeah. Okay. Rule 41, after general communications and prior to the consent calendar at each city council public hearing meeting, there should be a 15-minute period during which citizens may comment about the Warwick city government issues subject to the following stipulations. The total period of time for public comment shall be 15 minutes. Comments need to be brief in order to allow as many citizens as possible to participate. The topics for comment shall be issues directly affecting city government. City council members will not respond to questions during the public comment period. The public comment session will terminate at the expiration of 15 minutes. Waiver of this provision requires unanimous consent. So looking at the sign-up sheet here, we have 8 individuals that signed up. The first individual, Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening.
Excuse me, I apologize. So we have 8 people that have signed up. I just want to confirm that all 8 are still here. We have an individual, Michelle, Cindy, Scott, Nadi, I'm sorry, I can't read everyone's handwriting. Nadine, Bill, Angela, looks like Karen.
Scott's here.
So we have 4.
Okay. Well, you need to.
So. So it looks like we still have 4 individuals here, so we just want to make sure you get enough time. So that's why we're doing that. So if the clerk's ready, we can, Michelle, go right ahead.
Oh, great. Thank you. Good evening. My name is Michelle Diaz. I live at 23 Saratoga Road in Ward 6, and I am here speaking on behalf of my neighbors, many of whom are here with me tonight, to respectfully request a revisit of the ordinance 0-2214 regarding parking near the CRMC rights of way, specifically related to signage being installed in front of our residences. We're here tonight requesting this revisit because the first we learned of it was in the Providence Journal news article on Friday, the 11th of November. As residents, we did not have an opportunity like our neighbors did here this evening to voice our concerns to all of you when this was presented, and we are looking for that opportunity as citizens who will be most directly impacted. We have very serious concerns related to safety for ourselves, our children in our neighborhood, and the impact that these parking signage may do to the property value of our home. So again, we are hoping to have that opportunity to come before you to get more information. Supposedly there was a traffic study done. Was there a safety study done? Was there a property value study done? These are things that we're looking to get more information on, and would respectfully request that opportunity to have that ordinance revisited. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to add, my name is Roberto Diaz. I'm her husband. I just want to add that the house mentioned is 35 Sylvia. That those two, they're asking for two parking spaces there. They're right in front of the door. And if you wanted to put it in front of somebody else's house along that street or down Saratoga, it's going to be right in front of that, feet from the people's door. I have a solution in front of 213 Claypool. There's a right across the street from the house. There's woods. People have parked there long before I lived there to go down to the right of way. There's ample parking spots there. I'm asking them to revisit it, take a look at that. It's an alternative. It's just around the corner. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Scott Brown, and I live at 35 Sylvia Drive. And like my neighbors, I'm just requesting that we revisit the ordinance that's been, I guess, approved or maybe proposed. But I live at 35 Sylvia, which is apparently where it's been approved to put the two parking spots. As my neighbor just described, it would literally be right outside either my daughter's bedroom window or our backyard. So as we're out back, just having random cars coming up and parking. I have a 6-year-old daughter and a 3-year-old daughter. I'm concerned. Just with people parking outside of our home that we're not aware of who they are. Like Michelle said, just concerned with safety, with property value. I know it's part of the story that was in the newspaper. The concern was that there were some no parking signs. I've been in the house since 2018, and I did not place any no parking signs. I'm not aware of whoever or why there would be a no parking sign. And an alternative could just be to removing those signs if those aren't legal signs, rather than creating and designating parking spots and then creating additional signage in the neighborhood. It's a dead-end street, and would like to revisit that and just be able to have the opportunity to express our concerns and have those be heard. Thank you.
My name is Kevin Lee. I live on Saratoga Road in that area in Buttonwoods. A week ago Sunday, I read the paper and found out they were putting parking in our area. The roads, it's an old beach, old summer community. The houses are very close together. The streets are very narrow. I don't know, we were not notified of any hearings being taken place. There was supposedly a traffic study done. I don't know when that was done. If it was done recently, it's the fall. The time where it's the busiest is the summer. Nobody's been down there doing that. I'm appalled that we find out in the paper what's being done. It seems that if you want something done, you come in, request it here, it's done. Those who are affected weren't notified. If I want to build a garage, I have to notify 50, 60 people in my neighborhood. Nobody has to do that for putting parking areas in front of my house. I'm just appalled. I've had people give me the finger when I've asked them not to leave junk on my lawn. That's just what I feel this council has done to the neighborhood, is given us the finger. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
If there's ample time, I just want to add, I went to some of these, I went to 6 of them, of they're outlined places for parking. When I went there, I took pictures. These spots that they're going to put in these other locations in the city or in Warwick along the water, they don't sit in front of someone's home. They don't sit in front of somebody's door. And that's what you'll do if you put it in any part of Saratoga or Sylvia. It'll be in front of someone's door. I took pictures, I looked, I observed. It's either along a tree line, it's along a guardrail. I mean, it's apples and oranges. I mean, you're putting it in a place where either the streets are too narrow, or you're going to put it right in front of somebody's door, 8 to 10 feet. And that's going to, I don't know how that affects property value, but I imagine it's not going to be good. Just revisit it. 213 Claypool Drive, there's a curb. You can put 4 spots there. People can just walk around the corner. It's a resolution. That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you. We are now moving to number 1 on the agenda, which is the consent calendar, PCR 137-22. Committee report, finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley. Go ahead, Councilman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bid 2023-208 Specialists in Real Estate to prepare and conduct tax sale. Bid 2023-264 Purchase 2021 Dennis Eagle Ray Loader. Bid 2023-256 Replace or rebuild boilers in the 3 city facilities. Bid 2023-257 State of Rhode Island Diesel Exhaust Fluid Lubricants Oil Greases. Bid 2023-255 Ballistic Vests. Bid 2023-259 Purchase Mobile Digital Radios and Accessories. Bid 2023-227 Alpha Pipe Fitting and Valves. 203-277 Bravo Pipe Fitting and Valves. Bid 2023-238 Service Investigations. Bid 2022-279 Emergency Equipment Repair for Police Vehicles. Bid 2023-237 Live Scan Maintenance, Machine Maintenance. Bid 2023-214 Fire Hose Service Testing. Bid 2023-261 State of Rhode Island Premium Diesel Exhaust Fluid Lubricants Oil and Greases. Bid 2023 Structural Bid 2023-218 Structural Firefighting Helmets. Bid 2023-230 Milwaukee Cordless Power Tools and Accessories. Bid 2023-233 New Year's Eve's Fireworks Display. Bid 2024-001 Independence Day Fireworks Display. Bid 2023-232 Gatsby Day Fireworks Display. Bid 2024-002 National Night Out Fireworks Display. Bid 2020-162 State of Rhode Island Facilities Maintenance Repair Operation Industrial Supplies. Bid 2023-123 Gutter and Tube Type Brooms. Bid 2023-226 Alpha Large Diameter Clamps, Saddles, and Couplings. Bid 2023-226 Bravo Large Diameter Clamps, Saddles, and Couplings. Bid 2023-262 Music Performance License. And bid 2023-279 Interior Materials for Range Road. That concludes the bid package, Mr. President.
Thank you, Councilman Howe. Are there any questions or comments that were not brought up earlier this evening in the Finance Committee? No. Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks? Mr. Snappy? Ms. Travis? Yes. 9 yes, consent passes.
Thank you. Consent calendar passage. Councilman Howe, I believe one item has been removed from the consent calendar.
Yes, Mr. President. It was moved for favorable action.
And so that was bid 2023-260 is now PCR 138-2022.
Yes, Mr. President.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
With an amendment.
With an amendment, yes.
Okay. And Councilman Foley is going to second that, and if you could let us know what the amendment is.
Thank you. It was very simple. The department, the police department requested that it go from a 1-year to a 2-year bid, and it simply doubled the amount. So it's a 2-year bid that would expire November 30th, 2024, for a total expenditure authorization of $15,000.
Okay, that is the amendment. Any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action on the amendment.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Yes. Ms. Travis? 9 yes to amend.
Thank you. Councilman Howe, would you like to move this as amended?
I apologize. Move as amended.
Second by Councilman Foley. Any questions on the amendment? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action as amended.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley? Yes. Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes as amended.
Thank you. Motion passes. Next up on the agenda, we have done number 1, which is PCO 24-22. We have also completed PCO 25-22. We've also done PCO 26-2022, and we also had the public hearing on PCO 4-22. So we are now moving to the unfinished portion of the agenda. Number 1 is PCO 10-21, Committee Report Ordinance. Okay, for action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilwoman Travis, and Councilman Gephardt. Any question, and Councilman Howe. Any questions on this that were not asked earlier this evening in the Ordinance Committee? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks? Yes. Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis? 9 yes, second passage.
Second passage. And great work on that, Councilman Sinapi. I know that we had to get legislation done at the state to move that forward. So you've been working on this a long time, so congratulations. Next up is PCO 11-21, Sub A. This is also for second passage, Committee Report Ordinance. For action, Councilman Sinapi. Second by Councilwoman Travis, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Howe. Any questions or comments on PCO 11-21, Sub A? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action for second passage.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
No.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
8 yes, 1 no, second passage.
Second passage, thank you. Number 3 this evening is PCO 20-22. This is also for second passage, Committee Report Land Use.
Recommend favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Gephardt. Any questions or comments on PCO 20-22 for second passage? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, second passage.
Second passage. Number 4 this evening is a PCR 115-22, Committee Report Finance.
Favorable action.
For action, Councilman Howe.
Move favorable action.
Second by Councilman Foley and Councilman Lattiser. Any questions or comments on PCR 115-22? Hearing none, the clerk will call a roll for favorable action.
Mr. McAllister?
Yes.
Mr. Foley?
Yes.
Mr. Gephardt?
Yes.
Mr. Howe?
Yes.
Mr. Lattiser?
Yes.
Mr. McElroy?
Yes.
Mr. Ricks?
Yes.
Mr. Sinapi? Ms. Travis?
Yes.
9 yes, motion passes.
Thank you. The motion passes. There is no new business this evening, so we're moving to unanimous consent. Ward 1, anything to docket under unanimous consent.
Passed.
Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Negative.
Ward 6. Ward 7 passes. Ward 8. Ward 9. Pass. Councilwoman Travis.
Session.
All those in favor to move in the docket session, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are now in the docket session. Ward 1, anything to docket this evening?
No.
Ward 2.
Pass.
Ward 3.
Pass.
Ward 4.
Pass.
Ward 5.
Pass.
Ward 6. Ward 7, I have one. It's a resolution relative to issuing requests for proposals from the American Rescue Plan Act community projects. And that will be in finance. Ward 8, Ward 9. We are adjourned, and happy Thanksgiving, everyone. See you soon.
One 139.